Zero.
That's true.
So what has happened? The demand is low, isn't it?
Yes.
Good. The country itself, because of all the challenges we are having, we are not importing as much.
That's true.
So demand is even lower, isn't it?
Yep.
Now, added to that, our single biggest import is fuel, right? For everything from your vehicle to grid coal to VRA, whatever, ECG.
Yeah.
Power. The prices of fuel on the world market have been particularly kind.
Right.
Right? So the demand for our dollar on the CD for dollars is being low.
Okay.
That demand won't sit low forever.
I see.
Eventually, we're going to have to start paying some of our bills. As soon as we start paying some of our bills, the pressure is going to come back. Also, we're going to enter into the last quarter where there's going to be winter. Fuel traditionally goes up, and then so the price of fuel will go up because consumption goes up in all the countries in the temperate zones. What will happen? Pressure will come back. The IMF is going to give us a second tranche.
Yes.
That tranche is raw, hard foreign currency, which will give us some relief.
Right.
If we miss that deadline, we are in trouble. Because if we get that deadline, cash flows in life is a bit cool. Right? So I'll be watching out on what assurances are we going to get about meeting that deadline and getting the cash in. Domestic debt exchange. We say that, we can't pay 19% per annum. We are too broke. So we will reduce all of you to around 11%, 12% per annum. That's the fact, isn't it? That was the haircut we all got.
Yep.
And we will stretch it for even more years than expected, isn't it?
True.
Yes. Because we said we were broke. And we needed to do that so that we could now start to pay our debts.
Right.
Sounds good. What have we done? We are now buying treasury bills that are denominated for 91 days, that are denominated for 180 days and maximum 365 days. And we are going at it and using it to finance long-term expenditure. Guess what? Where the treasury bills are? Treasury bill rates are between 24 and 29%, almost 30% now. So what are we doing to ourselves? We couldn't pay 19% for bonds that were even long-term. Now we say we'll be able to pay short-term bonds for between what? 90 days and 365 days tomorrow. It's a time bomb. In the first half of the year, because of the rising cost, we've incurred another 7.7 billion in our debt service. And that is due, short term. What are we saying? The rates are too high. And the danger is that if we continue financing it from treasury bills, right? All that will happen is that all the gains of the domestic debt exchange that we got will be reversed. Of course, salaries are critical, but you must cut salaries because you must cut the size of government. Okay, whatever it is, you are not piling up debt hand over fist in T-bill costs. In March this year, something happened. The government says, oh, you know what? I won't do this anymore. So guess what? It rejected the bids and asked them to rebid because at that time the rates had hit as high as 34%. What happened? When the bids were resubmitted, the rates were dropped to 19%, right? And even then, they were oversubscribed. Please, we want to do that again. I'm saying even if you need to borrow, why are these high rates? After all, every time you go, you are oversubscribed, which means people are offering you more money than you need. Right? That should cause it to fall, the price to fall. Basic demand and supply. Economics 101. So why do we insist on buying these treasury bills at these ridiculously high rates?
Makes sense. Understand what
Even if you have to borrow,
yeah.
why at this rate? Why not at 19%? In any case, we know that the long-term rates that the government is targeting is between 11, 12, 13%. After all, the cocoa bills that were restructured a few weeks ago, when they brought down from 31% all the way down to 13%.
True.
So why are we doing T-bills at this rate? Cocoa bills were for 180 days. You're borrowing T-bills to finance long-term. That is a cause of worry.
Right.
But the bigger cause of worry is the rates. The rates are way too high. These are the areas which this light in the tunnel could get covered and then we wouldn't be able to see. Inflation. You got to fix it. The CD, got to make sure you meet your targets. Otherwise, the CD will start taking flight again. The cost of domestic debt, that grenade in T-bills, let's fix it. Energy sector. You can't negotiate with the guys the way we did with the domestic debt. If they flip the switch, we are in darkness. They don't have to picket at the Ministry of Finance. The financial sector could bring everything tumbling down. Let's get that stabilization fund activated. And as for cocoa sector, it's what Ghana was built on. Anybody who is expecting some significant reduction in taxes, I'm sorry. You are living in what do you call it? Cantata land. As for scrapping, it wouldn't happen. Watch out that you don't even bring in new taxes, huh?
Right, so that was the Director of Business Operations at Dalex Finance, Joe Jackson, who will be joining us later on in the show. But right now, let's bring you an overview of, highlights of the 2023 budget presentation that was done last year by the Finance Minister in Parliament. And my colleague, Akwasi Afriye, will go to the tax screen to tell us a few of the highlights. We'll start with the 2023 macroeconomic targets. So
but
please
just before I do that, I was listening to Joe Jackson, and what I'm happy about is that he professed a number of solutions to the challenges of the Ghanaian economy and how we are going to solve it. I'm sure we'll come back pretty shortly to that. And we have, do I put it, a plethora of guests, very well experienced financial consultants, financial analysts, financial lecturers here in the studio with us, both from UPSA and, of course, the industry, to share with us their expectations and also to run through with us as the Minister takes the floor of Parliament. We are expecting that in about 15 or 20 minutes, the Minister will be on the floor of Parliament. If we get the opportunity, we will link up with our colleague at the floor of Parliament, Abdallah Mohammed, to take us up to speed with what's happening in Parliament. But for now, I'll get down my chair and then walk to the screen and talk to you about what the highlights are for the 2023. So this was the budget as read in Parliament by, of course, you see him, the Minister of Finance, Ken Ofori-Atta, in March this year. We had come from 2022 where we were hitting by the middle of last year about 4 point, I'll go to this side of the screen, about 4.0 over overall GDP. And this is it. So as of 2023, the target coming back from 2022 was 2.8%. And this is the highlights we've given. We say so overall real GDP growth was 2.8%. When the minister mounts the floor of Parliament today, we are going to see whether the target still remains the same or it will be adjusted or reviewed either further or downwards. This is a result of all of the things that have happened. Remember that in 2022, we had also come from an inflation rate of about 50, a little over 50%, and now we are around 40, 42%. So without oil, the non-oil real GDP growth target, you know that oil is one of the major indicators of our financial analysis or our economic analysis and so on and so forth. So without oil, our GDP target was 3.0%. End of December inflation rate is 18.9%. So this is very significant. And when our guest gets seated, I would expect that he speak to these numbers. 18.9%. We'll check what had happened. Of course, as I was stating early on, we had blamed, or the economic managers had blamed it on all the exogenous factors. Well, some financial analysts have put it that no, it is not necessarily about the exogenous factors, but the internal factors, the management of your economy, the cutting down of your expenditure, the mobilization of revenue, and not just the 2 or the 10% of the Ghanaian economy that's being burdened with the taxes, but primarily expanding the tax nets and roping a lot more people into the tax net, making sure that the informal sector is formalized to be able to achieve your macroeconomic indicators. And you have a very significant figure of 18.9%. That's the target for this year. We're expecting the finance minister to be speaking to this again by the end of the year, whether inflation will come all the way from the 40 to 18.9. We have hit a single-digit inflation before anyway, so it is possible and it is feasible. However, with all of the factors and with all of the issues that are happening in the country, and of course we are getting into the political fever as well, we are looking at this figure significantly, what our inflation rate should be. Of course, our real GDP without oil as well. Now, primary balance or commitment basis of a surplus of 0.7% of GDP and gross international reserves to cover not less than 3.3 months of imports. I would not play the role of an expert here, but when we come back into the studio, we'll get them to explain this to us. But we are saying that we shouldn't have a problem in the next 3 months should everything cease. We'll come back for a better explanation of that. So, other objectives or targets for the year is to restore fiscal and debt sustainability, as well as minimize fiscal risks, including risk from contingent liabilities from state-owned enterprises. Here, I would avert your mind to the news that's been covered by almost all the newspapers this morning about the Bank of Ghana losing about 60.8 billion cedis just in a space of 1 year, based on the domestic debt exchange program. What's our monetary policy? What's our fiscal policy? The target for the fiscal policy and the management of the economy was to be able to manage it sustainably and minimize the risks. Have we been able to do that as of the middle of the year, as the minister comes back to Parliament? Are we on course with the targets? Re-anchor inflation expectations, achieve low and stable inflation, and strengthen the exchange rates regime. We have already stated to you that our target for inflation by the end of the year is 18.9, so we want to bring it down. Are we doing that currently? What's our current rate of inflation? We are around 40%, and we are in the middle of the year. We are actually a month after the middle of the year. We are in July, ending July, getting into August, and we are still around 42, thereabout. Deepen structural reforms, restore investor confidence, regain market access. So structural reforms, this government particularly had come on the promise of reducing taxation and increasing productivity, i.e. expanding the informal sector, i.e. expanding the industrial sector, i.e. expanding the small and medium-scale enterprises. Anything that was going to improve productivity. That's why the One District, One Factory came into being. That's why the One Village, One Dam came into being. That's why the 1 million per constituency agenda also came into being. All of them was to strengthen the structure of the economy or reorganize the structure of the economy so that we move from expenditure and taxation into productivity. And then we will be taking care of ourselves when it comes to rice production, when it comes to school feeding program. We were supposed to have been producing our own produce and feeding the schools ourselves. Are we doing that? Is that the structural re-anchor or deepen the structural reforms? Is that what we are doing now? The financial sector reforms, are we doing that now? We saw some semblance of a structural reform in the financial industry. collapsing some banks. Some people have been against it. Some people have been for it, that if we had not collapsed the banks, the number of people that would have lost their investments and collapsed and even died would have been more than the people who lost their jobs as workers of these banks. Have we been able to do all that? Build buffers to strengthen resilience to economic shocks. The external factors here again. Were we able to do that? Of course. The history of COVID and the history of Russian-Ukrainian war, the history of other economies that are facing challenges affecting us. We just spoke about the Chinese experience and so on and so forth. Are we building those structures? Improve our sovereign credits ratings and regain. We had the President, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, just about a few months ago or weeks ago say that the Fitch ratings, the international ratings, we should be finding our own agencies in Africa to rate our economies, because the basis and the baskets through which they rate our economies are different from what our statistical services use. Well, this is for the economists and the financial analysts to do. If we are organized back in the studio, these are the economic indicators. I would want to come back to the studio, Ken, and let's see what our guests think. I'm sure I'll come back to some of the indicators that we have. And then let's see what they actually think of the macroeconomic indicators and whether they think we'll be hitting them inflation rate targets. We had overall target of 2.8%, non-oil GDP. We have 3.0%, end of December inflation 18.9%, as I've stated, primary balance 0.7%, and then gross international reserves to cover not less than 3.3 months. From their expectations, from what they have seen so far, they have followed the expenditures, they have followed the revenue mobilization, they have followed every other economic activity of the country. Do they expect the finance minister to review these economic indicators and targets?
That's a question that we'll pose to our experts, but we already have one person in the studio, Dr. Nene Adams. Is a financial economist and adjunct lecturer at the University of Professional Studies, Accra. Good morning, sir. Welcome to the show. What really is interesting to me in particular is the fact that they're expecting inflation to hit 18.9% by December. Right now, as we speak, inflation is 42.5%. Is that realistic? Is it bound to happen?
Good morning to you.
Kindly turn on your microphone so we can hear you. Okay. Can you see the light? Okay.
And thank you for having me in your studios here.
Go on.
Yes. We were here to review the budget when the minister presented it somewhere November last year. And we looked at these indicators and we prefer our, views on it. We spoke about those that are possible, those that are not possible.
Doc, you kindly have to hold on because it looks like you're not audible right now. But we have two more slides, Akwesi. I'm told that we have two more slides that you will have to run us through. So if they can go to the last two slides so that we get a feel of, some of the things that
what we are seeing on the screen now, let me just walk to it and run you through. What we are seeing on the screen now, you see that this is June last year, by the middle of, so we are going to match this year, June, the inflation to this, the real GDP to this. Now, our target is 2.8, and we are going to see what we have here today. This is 4.0. And whether we'll be able to hit the 2.8. Non-oil real GDP as of June was 5.1. I am interested in this part. And October inflation. So this is the budget that was presented by the minister this year. And when we are presenting the budget in, for example, 2023, we make year-on-year analysis with the previous year's budget, like the Ghana Statistical Service does. When they are presenting the inflation, it is month-on-month inflation or year-on-year inflation. And of course, our experts here will take us through that. End of October inflation was 40.4%. Currently, we are around 42. we are saying that we want to hit 18.9%. This is
end of the year.
A minimum of half. We are halving this and even going below half of this as of last year. So year on year, what are we now? Overall budget deficits as percent of GDP is 7.4. If you remember, I had mentioned the figure there. I'll come back to my news, but I had mentioned the figure there on this one. Primary balance was 0.7. If you remember, we are saying we are targeting, as of 2022, is 2.0 of the GDP. Debt to GDP, 75.9. I'm sure if I get back to the news, and we don't want to sound political here, we are not doing politics here, that our debt to GDP ratio has always been overboard. And we actually need to get below, I'm sure Doc will tell us, below 70%. Any figure beyond 70% is dangerous. The economists, development economists, financial economists will all tell you that if you hit beyond even 60%, then you are running into crisis. We have gone as far as beyond 100%. That was when we had to do a recalibration of our figures. When the IMF was coming in, we had done a structure which put us around 79 at the time. But when the IMF started looking through our books and said, no, add this figure, add that figure, add this figure, we hit a little over 100%. This is our target now, or this was in 2022, right. What we had quoted. We had come back to quote. We are looking at what the minister will be quoting and what our target is. Gross international reserves, import cover is 2.9 months. Well, that's still around what we are targeting. We are targeting 3 months. So this is technically 3 months, 2.9 months, and we are targeting 3 months. It is not too different a figure. That is easily achievable. Now, the targets are set for 2023. So this can be compared to what I was just presenting to you the previous year. Real GDP, we are targeting 2.8, non-oil growth 3%, gross international reserves. So I said 2.9 here, months here. This is almost 3.5 months, so about 3 months, 1.5 weeks. That's the import cover that we want to have. And December inflation, we have stated this, and this is very significant with us. We are running with this throughout our program today. 18.9%. This is very significant for us. It is significant for us because it runs into the exchange rate. It runs into the fuel pricing. It runs into all of the monetary policy rates and so on and so forth. Primary balance is 0.7%. Doc, I'll come straight to you. Let me leave this and come straight to you, then Ken can take over. You were on the floor, but with all of these indicators, how feasible is it for us to reach the targets that we have set for us?
Very well. Good morning to you once again, and good morning to your cherished listeners. I started by saying that November last year, we were in this particular studio, and we discussed the budget as presented by the finance minister. At the time, we were still negotiating with the IMF, with the fund for the $3 billion US dollars. Right now, the fund is in, and indeed, it came with conditionalities. I am saying that this budget, this review, this media review gives the finance minister and the government of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo to put their best foot forward. We have reviewed all the indicators, and we said that they are kind of like a tall order. Indeed, the core macroeconomic indicators like GDP, like inflation and all of those things, they are in there, but there are a lot of things that we have to do in order to achieve those targets. Your revenue mobilization, your expenditure, and all of that. So these are very key. In fact, I am not so much concerned about the GDP target of 2.8. If it could go up to the actual target given in the budget, that would be great. But what is important is the things that we do, because really now, the things, situation is bad. The economy is not performing well. Inflation is so high up there. And so if we are able to do the systemic things, the reforms, the improve efficiency, in fact, go back and make sure that things work, then these indicators will be taking shape.
Right.
Unfortunately, we are not getting those things right. We refuse, I don't know whether deliberately, to get these things right. And therefore, we are unable to discuss other things. We normally will focus on the core indicators, leaving the various sectors, how they are performing, what is it that we should do better, and how to move on. But I say, and I will say that again, that this budget review that is going to be anchored on the conditionalities attached to the facility gives us the opportunity to, number one, as I said, put our best foot forward, to tell the fund that we are ready, because the initial amount that came, 600,000, they are telling you that the subsequent ones will be disbursed upon satisfactory performance per the conditionalities given you. Right. And I would want to say this, that the conditionalities are good for us.
Really?
Are good for us as Ghanaians. There's so much inefficiency. There's so much mess. There's so much, should I call it, thievery, really. I'm sorry to use that, in a system. And so the conditionalities, are intended to ensure that things begin to take shape. And so the macro indicators got to be looked at.
Are you of the view that with the kind of a profligate expenditure that we have in, for example, our SOEs, and I put that there, that was one of the targets. If we're able to streamline our system, we wouldn't have gone for the IMF. There are lots of you who believe that. Are you of that view?
Exactly. So that is what I refer to as the inefficiencies, the really serious underdealings, currently ongoing. And I'm saying that the fund coming on board gives us the opportunity to, if you like, reform these areas. And so the core, areas we, of course, need to work on, and there's no two-way about that we need to work on our expenditure. We have always said that there's no way we will be projecting to spend 205 billion as against a revenue target of 144 that we are not going to meet. Mm-hmm. If we are unable to meet our revenue targets, then our deficit will widen.
Okay.
It's as simple as that. And so what are we doing to up our revenues? Can we do something to move it from 155 to maybe 145 to 185 or 180? And
but even the 180 and the expenditure of 205, we will still have a deficit.
We will still have deficit. But
this has been perennial. This problem has been perennial.
Exactly.
What we have looked for is solutions. What exactly can we do? First of all, on the left hand, cut the expenditure. Yes. On the right hand, increase productivity.
We have proposed these things on several occasions to government. We have said, and a lot of Ghanaians know, that the size of government is unsustainable, and so we should look at that. The budget for government machinery is unsustainable, so we should look at that. The stocking of our state enterprises with, cronies, with
the number of
political apparatchiks. You have managing director, deputy managing director, first deputy, second deputy, third deputy, and all of those things. It is not sustainable. So those are the things that we have to do. In fact, inflation. If we don't fight inflation, we aren't going anywhere.
But how do we fight inflation?
Exactly. Very well. You see, let me tell you. In the inflation basket, there are things that really control it.
Sorry to cut you. Let me announce that Dr. Daniel Osabuti, senior lecturer at the Faculty of Business, Accra Technical University, has joined us in the studio and will be joining the discussions pretty shortly. But Doc, you're on the floor. Just to do the introduction that you are in here. Doc, forgive me.
Yes. So to fight inflation, really, we know that food is problematic. In the inflation basket, food controls around 50-something%. So that's problematic. We also have to look at, utilities, for instance, cost of housing, cost of electricity, cost of water. We have to look at transportation. These things control the inflation basket. And so what do we do to make sure that food prices come down? I always say we have touted the planting for food and jobs. Mm-hmm. What have we gained from it? If indeed planting for food and jobs is working, will we have a bunch of, or 3 fingers of planting going for 10 cedis or 15 cedis. These are the things that we have to look at. But again, inflation also comes, when there is so much, pressure on us to utilize our foreign reserves. And therefore, we have to look at our importation bill. We import automobile. We got to find a way around it. We import a lot of rice and cereals. We got to find a way around it. We import oil, edible oil. Okay? These things control our import basket. What do? Immediately, we have to put in import substitution strategies. It is very key. For instance, we have arable land. You see, when we say these things, it's as if we are talking too much, but that is the way forward. If we consume a certain quantity of rice, and we say that within the next 3 months, 6 months, we are going to prepare fields for rice cultivation. Maybe the Asuchare and Aveime plains, we're going to double production over there. The central region and parts of the western, where they grow rice, we do those things. Part of the north, we work on these things. It will bring us a lot of mileage. We have ability to manufacture our edible oil. We have the palm oil, we have the palm kernel, we have even the other ones. We have factories that are producing oil. What do? These should be targeted.
But that's
a lot of things to be mentioned. And so sometimes it is better for us to make sure that we exhaust some of these things. And then also frozen products. Just key. Right now, a chicken, a fowl that you buy, from town, locally made one. How much do you pay for it? 100 cedis, 110 cedis. It is too expensive because feeding is that high. And
production is low on that line. But I want to come to Daniel. But the problem you are talking about is the reason for which we have institutions like the Free Zones Authority to provide that conducive environment for these, whether they are foreign or local, to thrive, produce, and even be able to export. But we are not seeing action in that line. And you're not talking.
Yeah, the point is this, that if you have import substitution strategies, you got to, number one, know your consumption. That is the total consumption in the country. You cannot, refuse people consuming. So that you know that, okay, the margin, we produce, let's say, 20%. We import 80%.
Do we have that data as a country?
Oh, yes.
I'll come to, do we have that data as a country? Are we concerned about data necessarily?
Yeah, let me say good morning to viewers of Metro TV. I don't think we have such up-to-date data in tracking some of these activities. My brother earlier mentioned that when it comes to inflation, we have a serious problem. Of course, with the IMF bailout, we decided to come out with our own solutions. One of them has to do with giving the central bank that independence that they needed. Yes, for quite some time now, we see that the central bank have been giving government overdraft. People have spoken against the overdraft that is given to government by central bank. In fact, it has been a problem because if central bank is key in coming out with monetary policy to ensure stability of our economy, and then you turn around to give government overdrafts, then you tend to fight against your own solution. Because the more overdraft you give to government, the more you create inflation. Right. And you cannot end up, you wouldn't be able to fight inflation using that approach. Okay, so I'm happy with this program, with the bailout. They have decided that there was going to be zero financing. So going forward, central bank is not supposed to come to the aid.
Was the central bank wrong?
In advancing?
In financing, pre-financing, let me use that. Pre-financing government activity. Knowing that the government will pay back.
You know the problem. If you look at the Financial Act, you look at it in two angles. One, it says that for central bank to even assist government, they should look at their previous revenue that they were able to raise previously, and they shouldn't go beyond 5% of such a revenue. That is the target. But what do we see today? Because we have suspended the Fiscal Responsibility Act, okay? And that act was suspended in 2020 when we had COVID hitting at us. The finance minister went to Parliament and then sought the views of Parliament for the act to be suspended. And as we speak, we are in 2023, the act has not been reinstated.
It was misplaced for the Bank of Ghana to pre-finance government activities, putting in place or with consideration of the fact that we have a fiscal management policy, even though it had been suspended.
You know the reason that Bank of Ghana
was it misplaced?
It was misplaced.
It was misplaced.
Yes, because one, you see, their reason was that they have suspended the fiscal responsibility. But if you look at the time that those monies were released to government, that was the time that we're also fighting inflation seriously. So you cannot just be advancing more of such monies to government and think that you'll be able to fight inflation. Right. As we speak, the policy rate is around 30%.
But at the same time, the money, exactly, I'm happy you mentioned that. At the same time, the MPC rate was also going up, yes, with a view of mobilizing revenue, letting people who are repatriating their monies and dollars outside the country, let the money stay so that inflation will come down. They couldn't fight it, and that's why I'm asking whether it was misplaced. You think the Bank of Ghana was wrong?
It was misplaced.
Right.
I mean, it means that they still have an alternative. That is why today they are saying that one of the reforms is to look at zero financing. It means it is doable.
Right. Mr. Sabater, we'll come back to you shortly, but let's cross over to Parliament, where our resident correspondent, Abdullah Mohammed, is standing by with the latest. Abdullah, good morning. Welcome to the show. Has the finance minister arrived yet? And if he has, what has he been saying?
Ken, so if you can hear me loud and clear from the Chamber of Parliament, the finance minister, Ken Ofori-Atta, is yet to arrive in the chamber. Even though it was initially advertised that this presentation would be done at 10 a.m., it's a little past 11, and we are yet to see the finance minister, Ken Ofori-Atta, arrive in the House. But a number of the members of Parliament, both from the majority and the minority side, are already in the House. You can see that in your shot. They have been here for the last 1 hour. But the leadership of Parliament, including the Speaker of Parliament himself, are downstairs. They are attending another engagement downstairs. And once that program is done, they will move upstairs into the chamber to wait for the finance minister, who is anticipated to arrive here in the next 30 minutes so that the presentation would be done. The expectation here, I must say, is very huge, especially from the side of the minority, who have consistently been on the back of the finance minister and by extension government over the poor management of the economy and the fact that all the macro indicators are pointing towards the wrong direction. That's according to the minority caucus in Parliament. We are hoping that once Ken Ofori-Atta comes into the House, he's going to present a statement that would speak to the reality on the ground. And according to the statement they released last week Friday, they mentioned, among other things, that this statement would seek to restore macroeconomic stability into the economy. So the expectation, I must say here, is very huge, even though the finance minister is yet to appear in the House.
Right. You've mentioned that you had interactions with the minority. How about the majority? Have you had interactions with them?
Yes, I spoke to some of the majority caucus members a while ago, and as anticipated, they are very hopeful. They are upbeat about the presentation that would be done here. They have told me that it's going to be a budget that will really address the concerns of the generality of Ghanaians, especially with issues about unemployment, which remains a canker within the Ghanaian society. They've also mentioned, among other things, that the budget will seek to address issues of the dwindling fortunes of the cedi. The fact that the cedi against major foreign economic currencies has not been anything to write home about, even though there has been relative stability over the past few months. They've mentioned that the finance minister would outline measures that government would be taking to restore the confidence that the cedi used to have. And apart from that, I would invite my colleague Henry, who has also been reading some commentary that government officials, including the Minister of Information, has been making on his social media page. So Henry will share with us what the Minister of Information the Honorable Kojo Nkrumah has been saying.
Okay, so Abdullah, this is a tweet that came in minutes ago. The minister, I'll quote portions of it. He says that one of the key things worth noting will be lessons we should be learning following the difficulties we've been through. And he said that he will be sharing what lessons, that is the specific lessons that he feels that we should learn from the difficulties that we've gone through to his followers and also the general public after the finance minister, Ken Ofori-Atta, is done with the mid-year budget review. There are other things that I think it's worth noting is that government would have to meet some specific, they would have to get some things done before a meeting with the IMF to ensure that we receive the second tranche of the $3 billion loan facility. Already, some economists have been speaking that they feel that government should undertake major expenditure cuts. Do they have the fiscal space to do that? Are they going to implement some fresh taxes? Where are we with regards to the targets that were set somewhere in November 2022 when the finance minister appeared before the House to give the statement, that the financial statement or the main budget, the things that they said they were going to do. They claimed that government was going to lead the burden share. Remember, when he came here, it was very emphatic and specific that we should burden share because of where we are. Some of the things that they were noted in there were the cuts of about 50% of the fuel allocation that is being given to government appointees. Also, they were going to ensure that all government appointees use the GV vehicles, that is the green ones you see around. There shall be no use of convoys and all of that. What have you got into? I'm expecting that the finance minister will come to the House to give us details on how this has really helped us. There's also the conversation of the second DDEP, that is the debt restructuring program, which some economists have already said is going to affect the banking sector. Already we've seen a number of groups that have sprung up agitating against what they say could see a total wipe off the middle income ordinary Ghanaian if government goes ahead to touch pension funds of some people who were not involved in the first, that is DDEP, that was done by government. Also, we know that government has said that the last statement the finance ministry issued, they were going to undertake a debt restructuring of people with dollar accounts and insurance companies and all of that. So I'm sure a lot of people will want to get those details. I'm very concerned about what is happening. I'm hoping that the finance minister could provide clarity. Are we going to see the introduction of new taxes? Will government put in measures to ensure that we cut that is the expenditure, because that looks like the only way to ensure that this economy doesn't move into a recession. Major of it is they would have to meet the targets that has been set by the IMF to ensure, as I've said earlier, that when they meet them in November 2023, they meet those targets to ensure that we receive the second tranche of the money. So we'll be expecting that the finance minister will be saying a lot of things.
So I think just last week, Friday, the finance minister had earlier met with members of parliament behind closed doors to have discussions with them on this issue of the IMF bailout. And I spoke to a number of the MPs who told me about the fact that the government clearly is buying into some of the inputs they were making, and eventually they were going to incorporate it into the presentation that is going to happen today. So that 2-hour closed door session resulted in inputs that were solicited from members of parliament, especially from the minority caucus, to be incorporated into the presentation that will be done today. So our expectation at the end of the day is that there will be a point of convergence both for the minority and majority, so that moving forward, holistically and collectively, we can together find solutions to the problems bedeviling this nation. So moving forward, what would you expect in terms of the posturing from the minority and the majority caucus? Because obviously on issues of budget, IMF, there have been sharp contrasts. There have been, they've had problems, working together to ensure that we have a common ground on some of these issues.
Sure. I remember that I think about a month ago, the now ranking member on the finance committee, Adongo, in a press conference said that one of the targets they would have to meet
is to undertake a debt restructuring program, which he feels that some major banks, it may bring a lot of banks on their knees if government goes ahead to do that. But we've gotten to a point where government would also have to do the things that they need to do to ensure that they receive the second tranche of the money. So, for example, already government has written off about 77.6 billion Ghana cedis of the monies that is being owed, that is the Bank of Ghana, which is part of the target that they would have to reach to ensure that they get, or the money hits the account of government to ensure that they can undertake the post-COVID economic recovery program that they've always touted, the Ghana Cares of Batampa, and some of the projects that they would have to do. The minority have always said that one of the programs they feel that government should take a second look at is the free SHS program, which we've heard prominent people in the country speak about, not only on the side of the minority. We've had a lot of educationists, people who understand how things work. They feel that the manner and way the policy was implemented wasn't the best, because they don't see the need why first-class Ghanaians would have to take their children to school. Ordinary Ghanaians also take their children to school, and they don't pay anything. So is this something that government is willing to take a second look at it to ensure that they rake in, some monies? This could reduce our budget to its barest minimum to ensure that we don't face a recession as it has earlier been indicated. You know that some of the people on the majority have also been very outspoken. Some people who came out, like the Member of Parliament for the Kwapem North constituency, Andy Appiah-Kubi, who led that committee in calling for the head of the finance minister, saying that they think that he is one of the main reasons why the economy has brought onto its knees. So they think that he should be
right, Abdullah.
So last week I had your interviews with some of the members on the majority who
John Kwache is there.
Yes, even though they are part of government,
they speak to Dr. John Kwache.
There are a lot that government could do to ensure that they cut down on expenditure, so they get
Abdullah.
the fiscal space to undertake some major projects.
Yes, Ken.
Yes, I could see Dr. John Kwache in the background. If you could briefly engage him to also, find out his view ahead of the budget presentation by the finance minister, I'll be very much grateful.
Doc, so good morning, Doc. Yes. Okay, so Doc has just told me that he wants to listen to the presentation first. He's not giving interviews now. But
Abdullah, if you can hear.
Said, the conversation has
Hello,
started.
Abdullah.
Yes, I can hear
you. If you can hear, can you ask John about, he's been making presentations on the monetary policy rate. Just this morning, we've heard that the Bank of Ghana has posted a loss of 60.8 billion. Does he think that the Bank of Ghana, with its board, have not been doing the right things? Some of the experts have been saying that they missed the point when they decided to pre-finance government activities and suspend the Fiscal Management Act.
Yes, if you're well noted, but Doc has just told me a while ago that he wants to first of all listen to the presentation, just as other well-meaning Ghanaians, they want to listen to the presentation before they can comfortably or conveniently, make commentary on what we should be expecting today. But just as Henry has said, the conversation has already started. We are hoping that the debate would begin once the finance minister submits his statement to the floor of the House. Then Parliament itself would actually debate it from tomorrow going. Henry earlier mentioned that across the sectors of the Ghanaian economy, a lot of concerns have been raised about the true state of the Ghanaian economy. And I'll not be surprised if the NDC party actually organizes a press conference after this presentation, as it has always happened in Ghana. So we are waiting for the finance minister to appear before the House. Once he comes, we'll get the details of his presentation.
Right.
Then the discussion can begin from there.
And Abdallah, we will also be very grateful if you could get some MPs and ministers on standby to speak with you so that we get some sound bites from them as well. Thank you very much. Abdallah Mohammed is our resident correspondent from Parliament. Also, Henry Kwesi Bedu is our correspondent as well. Let's come back to the studio and continue the conversation. Mr. Sabute, one thing that the MPs, especially those on the minority side, want is expenditure cuts. You know, they've called for expenditure cuts, expenditure cuts, expenditure cuts. Do you see the finance minister announcing anything like that today?
I don't foresee that. Because if you look at the 2023 budget, clearly it doesn't depict a country that is going through crisis. Why am I saying this? You are projecting raising 144 billion, and then you are going to spend 200 billion. So you are not ready to even cut down your expenditure because we have other alternatives. We have spoken about huge size of government. In the budget, government brought up certain measures to cut down expenditure. I'm expecting that with this review, the finance minister will come clear and tell us that government was able to save this amount of money as a result of this expenditure cuts measure or measures. How much have government been able to save by, cutting fuel by 30%, ensuring that MPs or ministers wouldn't use their V8 outside, within the city,
right.
All those measures, we should be able to quantify them. And that will really tell us whether we are on track or we are going off track. On the issue of this inflation thing, with the IMF program over the years, it seems our focus has been macroeconomic stability, linking it to economic growth. But that shouldn't be the case. Are we not also considering ensuring that labor becomes productive?
Right.
Are we not ensuring that the productive sector, we are talking about agriculture, you see, because one of the ways by which we can save our scanty dollars in the system is to ensure that we produce what we need in this country. Here's the case: we are importing so much crude. When we have Tor sitting there, okay, we are importing the refined fuel. Meanwhile, we have Tor that is supposed to do this work. Are we ready to revamp Tor so that we can save enough dollars from that sector? So if you look at the measures, if you look at the solution that government has come out with, this thing was never imposed on us by IMF. We have seen our own problems, and we have indicated to IMF that these are the measures that we want to put in place to salvage the situation. But immediately we get out of the IMF program, then we begin to do our own thing. So anytime I'm asked, do you think we have solution to the problem? I say, yes, the managers of the economy know what to do. The solution is right with us here. Okay? How do you spend 2.2 billion on food products, bringing in poultry products, bringing in cereals, when we can easily, support our local farmers to produce enough, whatever we need? So the solution is right here in this country. The solution is not in we going to IMF for IMF to come and give us 600 billion or whatever.
Right.
Find the interim. Because if IMF is really the solution, we wouldn't have gone there the 17th time. The 17th time. IMF is not the solution.
Right.
The solution is for us to revamp our productive sector, because we are sure that we're moving away from taxation to production.
Right.
So what has happened to that laudable agenda?
Right. You've mentioned that they know the solutions, but they are not implementing it. For example, to be fair to government, they did mention that they are cutting the salaries of government appointees by 30% and all that. Is that not enough? What would you rather have been done?
Fine. That is something that will also help, but is that the only thing that we can do to cut down expenditure?
Would you rather some ministries, were collapsed and
we
joined together?
We can merge certain ministries, the duplication of duties, they are all there. You go to advanced countries, their GDP is huge, but look at the number of ministers. You go to the ministries, we have the technocrats, we have the chief directors, we have the directors. So we don't need all this number of ministers to be to be heading our ministries. I mean, we should think of cutting down, especially the executive side of the expenditure.
Let me take your mind on this, Doc. First of all, two questions. Is it the political will? All the things that Danny has said are things which are already known by economists, financial analysts. Government have all of these people in the machinery, OGM. There are technical advisors on economics. There are all of these people in place, and we still face these problems. Number two, how significant are some of these cuts, your number of ministers, cut your fuels, cut your number of land cruisers, cut your size of government, and so on and so forth, as opposed to simply increase productivity, simply expand your production size. Make sure that there is productivity, there is revenue mobilization, so that no matter the amount of expenditure, your revenue will still exceed when you're making the presentation on the floor.
Very well. Let me make a little bit of comment on Dan's point that he doubts if there will be a cut in expenditure. I do want to say that the conditionalities will compel the government to cut down on expenditure. No doubt about that. And I'll be very much surprised if they come out today and they are still projecting the 205 billion that they intend to spend. Look,
you'll be surprised
if they come out with the same amount.
There's a possibility of them coming back for a review upwards.
I am expecting that the review should be rather
going down.
Exactly.
And if it stays at that figure, you'll be surprised.
I'll be surprised. Because you see, 2022, we had a total revenue of 79.3 billion. We were trying to do 110. We said here that we cannot do that. The year before, we had around 60 billion. That means that we've done a growth of around maybe under 20 billion addition. So it means that even if we say that we are going to grow at the same rate as last year in terms of revenue, nominal, we will not be doing more than 110 million. So if we cannot do, we'll be doing max 110 million, and we are expending 250 billion. It's billion I'm mentioning, actually. Forgive me, I'm talking million. 250 billion. Then it means that our deficit is going to go up. And the dictates will not allow. The structure that is given for us to meet, will widen our deficit, will not be able to create the needed surplus that we have to. And so I believe strongly that the fund dictates, the structure provided will compel government to cut expenditure down drastically. Because, listen, NPP government is a government that has received huge revenue over the period.
Support, yeah.
Between 2016, 2017, and now, about how many years? 6 years, yes, right?
Yes.
Over 300 billion crude revenues received. Okay? It does not include grants, it does not include loans. And so they have been favored. But the problem is that when they receive the money, how they utilize it, we then are at a deadlock. So I'm thinking that the system will compel them to reduce expenditure. Let's see what happens. Now you ask whether it is political will or not. Straightforward. It's an issue of political will. And it also has to do with the structure, the political structure, the mentality. What is expected of politicians? What is it that makes a politician win election? All of these things are underlying factors. And you see, when we talk, we've got to be realistic some of the time, except that at this time, the penchant levels are too high. It is too grotesque. It is just too much. And so the political will becomes problematic because the person is thinking of the next election. He's thinking of how much is he going to invest in the next election for him to win and get back again. And so if you are asking him to cut down on expenditure, to implement some policies. We sit back and look at you and say, okay, you two come and give it a try. So these are things that we've got to really focus on. And that is the reason why, Akwesi, we've got to look at strengthening our institutions. If we have independent institutions that do their work. So for instance, when the police arrest you, it is not because you're going to call some politician to let you go off the hook, so to say. If OSP is dealing with you, it has nothing to do with whether you are a member of government or you are in opposition. If Yoko is dealing with you, all of these things, the BNI. But unfortunately,
I was just getting into politics, but let me stay on. Let me stay on course. I was going to ask whether nearly two partisan political states, are we ever going to arrive at some of the propositions you're making? But let me come back to the points of economics.
I have a little bit of a different idea when it comes to the so-called winner takes all mentality. People say that, when a political party wins, power, you should try to share with other political parties. I have a different opinion because, you see, we are not operating a one-party state. We are operating a multi-party system. But largely, in multi-party system, we tend to have two political parties that are strong enough to form government. So if you are saying that one party wins, power, and that it should share power with the other, invariably, you are saying that you want us to run a one-party state, which is not good for any economy. And so all that we are saying is that since that is not good, then we have to make sure that our institutions are independent. And we have a lot of proposals saying that presidential powers should be limited in a way. How do we appoint IGP? Who are the people who form the police board? How do we appoint Governor Bank of Ghana? Who are the people on the board of the Bank of Ghana, the state institution? How do we appoint these people onto these institutions? How do we appoint people to the security agencies like the BNI, the now OSP, Yoko, and all of these things? These are critical. And so if we are able to push them from the partisan level to the independent and, if you like, unpartisan state, that is the institutions, then we are heading somewhere. And so the IMF is mentioning that. The IMF is talking of reform of institutions, not just the state enterprises, but also governance institutions. My question is, why do we have to wait for the fund to come and tell us those things before we seem to be, trying to do something like that? Because we can do these things. If you can, and you make sure that the right person, the person who deserves, is appointed as the IGP, is appointed as the board of Yoko, is appointed as the one to head OSP.
And a very special institution is the Bank of Ghana.
Exactly.
The head of the central bank.
Are you getting me?
Yes.
And look at the
if he has that independence.
Okay, how is it that the system will stand idly by and allow people to be stocking money in their homes? Who tell you they don't know where the monies are? Okay? Elsewhere, when you even carry money in your pocket beyond a certain amount, when you go out shopping, people begin to look at you corner eye. You know what I mean? Like, where are you coming from? Are you from Saudi Arabia or one of those oil-producing countries? We use credit system. You use, e-money, card-based, and all of these things. Okay, so they know where the monies are. And because we are not doing these things, it ends up in the inflation aspect. Because you calculate that M1, the money in the system, is this amount. But largely, about 50% of that is being hoarded in people's homes.
Let me ask Danny this, and that same question will come back to you. Because of the monetary issues that you're bringing up, the M1 issues and all of that, I have had this discussion behind the scenes with some economists that if you look at the impossible trinity, what you people call the impossible trinity, and our current state, and the fact that MPC has been increased over and over again, and we are still not achieving the target of inflation. We are still not achieving the target of the exchange rate. Bank of Ghana should be scrapped. The central bank should be scrapped. We should have a fixed rate. I don't know if you agree to that, based on our economic indicators now. Let me get to him and he will answer the same question.
Good
I mean,
question.
two of them should be working. If we take the central bank in, then we can have a fixed rate.
I'll go for we maintaining the central bank.
We should maintain the central bank.
But we should make the central bank
with,
more
with
independent.
all the current mess,
more independent.
60.8 billion.
More independent. You see,
but he has said that political will, it will
the political
definitely
will
be appointed. The head of the bank will definitely be appointed by the certain government.
You see, the problem has to do with who appoints and who is appointed. Now, if you channel it through the lines of politics, then of course, whoever be appointed will have some kind of political lineage with the appointee or the one who is doing the appointment. But yes, people have proposed, we look at the currency board and, forget about, but are we there yet? And I don't think, because for you to come out...
In just our neighboring countries, yes. I think I can speak of either Cote d'Ivoire or so. They have a currency board and it's working for them.
That means that we need to really
we all went through COVID, and these are the examples we cite. Of course, you are the experts, but these are the examples we cite. We all went through COVID. Yes. We are all experiencing these same factors. Our economies are largely similar.
Yeah.
Throughout the West African economy are largely similar.
Yes.
However, our finance minister is coming to Parliament, and the figures we are talking about are technically different, so different from these countries.
Yes.
People are importing their cars through Togo, importing their cars through Burkina. They are using these boards, and we have a central bank.
You see, that is why anytime we begin to compare our tax revenue to our GDP, rubbing in our neighboring countries, I tend to have a problem. You see, it is not the quantum of taxes that you have in the economy that will help you raise enough revenue. It is about how efficient those taxes are. Because you don't know the number of taxes that we have in Togo or in Ivory Coast or whatever. But you ask yourself, is your tax system very efficient? You can have 1,001, if the system is not efficient, he wouldn't be able to rob in enough. So instead of rather bringing in more taxes, we should rather see how we can make the system to be efficient, where monies meant to go to central coffers will not end up in individual pockets. You see, we should be able to, all the loopholes, begin to seal all the loopholes. Other than that, every year we'll be adding more taxes to it. And you see, let me go back and say this. The reason why I am not foreseeing a cut in our expenditure is because we are missing our inflation target. You see, if you look at the revenue as proposed by government against expenditure, there is an underlying factor. And that has to do with our targeted inflation, 18-point-something%. Okay. Now we are doing 42-point-something. It means that in terms of value for money, in terms of the purchasing power of the revenue that we even raise, we wouldn't be able to meet the same expenditure. At the expenditure side, we are going to incur more because if you are owing and you are supposed to pay in dollars, you need more money.
Of course, the rate changes every now and then. And
so it will be very difficult for you to say that even though we are still battling with inflation, we still have depreciation of the cedi, my expenditure will reduce because we are not checking what is causing the increase in the expenditure. Until we go back to check, we'll always pay more.
Mr.
Now,
Sabate,
if you look at...
Right. Before you continue, well, let me chip something in. This is coming from the Institute for Energy Security, and they're saying that barring any policy intervention by government, the IES projects a price increase between 4 to 6% per liter for liquid fuels, gasoline and gas oil, and about 18% per kilogram increase in gas fuel price, liquefied petroleum gas. And they are saying that the IES Economic Desk comparative analysis of the Ghana cedi performance against the US dollar indicates at the close of the second pricing window for July 2023, the Ghana cedi traded at 11.71 against the US dollar, representing a decrease of about 0.59% of its value over the past 2 weeks. So what it essentially means is that fuel prices are expected to go up in the next pricing window. That's quite interesting. They are citing a depreciation of the Ghana cedi as one of the components.
Which is a factor. And obviously, I like the way he started it. It says barring any government intervention.
Yeah.
Well, there is a deregulation policy, so there will not be any government intervention.
Government cannot intervene.
It's going to go up. You can land on that. Let's come to
government cannot intervene. You see, anytime we have fuel prices going up or increasing on the world market, definitely we have to increase our
this was from 2015 or 2014.
Exactly.
The deregulation policy. Yes. And so government has largely nothing to do.
More so, if your currency is depreciating, your inflation is going up, you have to pass it on to the final consumer. And we should be expecting more of such until we address this issue of currency depreciation and this issue of inflation. We are going to import those ones.
Doc, should the central bank be scrapped? Of course, it's in line with the budget. Should it
well, let me share my view on why policy rate adjustments isn't working.
Currently,
it has never worked. It's
not
working. When we adjust policy rate, thinking that it's going to tame inflation, we tend to achieve no results, but we continue to do so. And I say this to you, that in environments where policy rates are used mainly to control money circulation in a system, and also to control credit and all of that, are systems that are largely dependent on credit. That is, whatever transaction, or about 80 or more % of transactions are done through a credit system. It could be some form of your own money that you are using, but you are not holding the money. The money is with your bankers, and you use it to buy. Or you have been advanced a credit that you are holding it on your card. So you use that money to buy. Even if you are going to buy cabbage or bread or milk or something for your breakfast in the morning, when you get to the offline sense, you use your card to buy. Okay? So these systems are largely credit-based. What then happens is that when you use monetary policy, okay, the adjustment in the rates to control money circulation, it bites. Why? Because everybody is connected to the credit system. So if you go and buy something 10 cedis, the system will charge you a little bit more because policy rate adjustment increment implies that cost of funds will go up. But in our case, our transactions are mostly cash-based. When I go to the shop, I can buy things worth 100,000 and pay with cash and walk away. So far as I'm holding my cash and I go to pay, that policy rate upward adjustment does not affect me. Please. Right. It affects the person who borrows.
But
hang on, let me land on this.
Yes.
Respectfully. And so largely, when we use policy rates, adjustment, upward adjustment to control money in the system, so that you up credit cost a little bit and mop up whatsoever funds in the system, it doesn't work. This is the reason why our policy rate doesn't bite. I am saying that the issues has to do with the huge levels of inefficiency in the system.
I am asking that.
Then let me. Okay.
I will go to. We have Samson Awingo Bit on the line. He's executive secretary of the Importers Exporters Association. He will be speaking to Ken pretty shortly. But before he does that, let me ask you this so that I don't forget. And when we come back, you will put an answer to that for me. That you are talking about control of the system. However, if you look at the structure here in Ghana, the Monetary Policy Board of the Bank of Ghana has targeted retaining rather than controlling. Retaining, i.e., the number of expatriate companies that are in the country, the number of monies that have to be repatriated back to the owner companies or the mother companies. For example, you look at Newmont. If Newmont does its businesses and we pay their funds and everything to them, they are supposed and required by law to send some amounts back. They send these in dollars. If the monetary policy rate goes up, the agenda is that interest rates will go up. And so these companies will be happy keeping their monies in the system and gain that interest rates within our locality than send it to America or Germany, where the interest rate is almost zero. and to keep their money safe. So we'll come to you on that.
Very good.
Please indulge me. We'll come to you on that. We'll have Ken to speak to Samson Awingo bit, and then we'll come back on the same issue. Maybe, I'm sure by that time, the minister will have mounted the podium.
Right. Samson Saki Awingo bit is the executive secretary of the Importers and Exporters Association of Ghana. Good morning, Mr. Awingo bit. Always good to have you. Not long ago, we did get indication that fuel prices are going up in the next pricing window. Let me pick your thoughts on that briefly and how that is going to affect your businesses and what your expectations are ahead of the presentation that is going to be delivered pretty shortly by the finance minister. Hello, Mr. Awingobet, are you on the line?
My very, very good friend, and I'm quite sure you are very much aware that last Saturday, 29th of July, my good self and my colleagues graduated from the Regional Maritime University, where we pursued our master's degree, and other students pursued the undergrad. So I graduated as MA Port and Shipping Administration. So let me use this opportunity to congratulate all my colleagues, especially my classmates, my year group, for God giving us bestowing this
Samson, congratulations. Congratulations to you and your colleagues.
Big congratulations to you, Mr.
Thank you very much. Yes, you said you are picking signals that prices of goods are going up. Is that what you said?
Prices of fuel are going
prices
up.
Prices of fuel is going up. Yes, yes. So definitely, once prices of fuel will be going up, it tells you that I think they said the date is tomorrow. It's said tomorrow that the prices will go up. Right. I think I've seen petrol is going for like 12 point something, and then diesel is going up at 13 plus something. What tells you that it's going to cut across the length and breadth of this country in terms of prices of food and prices of goods as well. Because so far as prices of fuel goes up, hey, the drivers will not come to say, look, we want to monitor and see. They will tell, in as much as the prices go up, they will increase their fares because things will also go up. And so that shows how clearly that the managers of the economy could not manage it very prudent, they could not manage it wise, that even gold for oil we've still not seen the impact. The impact on the Ghanaian economy is still negative instead of being positive. And of course, I think just last week or so, I think some of your media houses, including your outfit, even interviewed me on the prime rate, where the Bank of Ghana has increased by 30% or so prime rate, and asking banks, commercial banks, to do something in order to control the city inflation. When inflation, the last, I think June or so, the month of June, in May, we saw that inflation went up, but in June, it seems when the report came, they said inflation was rather coming down. Yet, Governor of Bank of Ghana think that he will not maintain the 25.9 prime rate, but they will have to increase it by a certain percentage, making it 30% now. So, quite clearly, it's going to affect all of us. And so, a household consumer, yourself, myself, our mothers, our sisters, our brothers, even your child, that is who's in school, calling for money. If you used to give them the person 100 Ghana, now you have to increase it because inflation is catching us everywhere. So I can tell you, it's not a good news, as we should be sad as a country. And the whole thing is the government too is continuing increasing taxes upon taxes on the business community. So right. It's not a healthy ground, it's not a healthy situation. I strongly believe that we should all be worried about it.
Right. Samson, you are a businessman. The business community, the last time I spoke to a rep from Guta, he did mention that tax exemptions to big multinational companies are really a big challenge to them. If you could have the chance to speak to the finance minister today, what would you say about tax exemptions? Would you say that they should, take out tax exemptions for multinational companies, both home and abroad?
I think the last parliament or the last time parliament rise, they did some law to make sure that they control tax exemption. The most fortunate thing is that those who always get the tax exemption are the people who can even afford to pay. You understand? That was why I said this government came to only enrich the richest and make the poorer the poorest. Because you see the government come and abolish aviation fuel tax. When you ask them, they say they want to encourage people to join plane. How many people take plane to Kumasi or Tamale or to Europe and come back? It's just the fuel, is that not it? The same government came and abolished real estate taxes. How many of us, even you yourself this morning, if I ask you in private, not on air, you will tell me that even private, the real estate that they're putting up here, I can't even get money to buy it. You will tell me that is the truth of the matter. but they have abolished real estate. It is the richest who can go to procure real estate and to live in. This same government abolished the luxurious tax that they said they were bringing. Who are those who loved good cars, good Mercedes class and whatever, and luxurious and whatever that even 2023 model of V8 is even in this country? And who are those riders? Is this government appointees and then the people in government today? And so I can tell you, when it comes to taxes on the ordinary, that one, the parliament, the MPs, they will rush to push it. But when it comes to tax that will affect they themselves directly, then there is no way. You understand? Right. So that is where you and I found ourselves. So we have to blame the government for the government not thinking about the ordinary, and rather thinking about the riches. You can't be abolishing taxes. Instead of abolish taxes on petroleum, for everybody can take transport or taxes to work and come back. You are rather increasing them. Instead of to abolish taxes so that if you go to the market, you can be able to buy a kilo of rice of maybe, let's say, 50 cedis. Today, I'm not sure you can go and buy their 5 kilos at 50 cedis. Probably, I don't remember last time, but I know my wife has been complaining about the prices of those rices in the market. Right. So quite clearly, things that will make ordinary Ghanaians live a good life is rather being expensive today. Right. And the government doesn't think about it. So if I get my way to the minister, if I will make any statement, I will say that why will you give tax exemption to people who can afford to pay? Because if you go to in America, in the UK, in other countries, the taxes the richer the more. But here is the case that it is the ordinary citizenry is being taxed, and the one who has will be given tax exemption left and right. So I can tell you, I will support that policy to say we cannot afford to be giving tax exemption to people who can even pay. Right. You go to our friends from the maritime domain, like the MPS. I mean, port infrastructure development, it's a gold mining area. You will make the money in no time. You don't even need tax exemption. You will make the money. So since they give the tax exemption to MPS, do you see MPS saying that they will not adjust their tariff? Every year, we go to sit instead of every 2 years to increase the GPJ tariff, is because they are invested and they always want to recoup their money. Every year, they are not pushing GPJ to negotiate with us and increase tariff for them. Right.
Samson, as a businessman yourself, what are you expecting the finance minister to say concerning businesses in the country today?
Well, my brother, I hope this is Winston, right?
This is Kenneth.
Kenneth, Ken, how are you?
I'm fine.
Good. So just like you, my guess as yours, okay? Because every citizen today would want to see that, at least if you ask me where I sit in my chair, I will say that we want to see a total abolition of the 1% COVID levy. I want to see a total scrap of the 2% special import levy. It is long overdue. Everybody knows. If you go to Parliament today, ask both the majority and minority, they will know that this special import levy is supposed to go off in the books long overdue. It's a sunset clause. Then, of course, the last time I was at your network, I'm sure you and I had a chat on air. Yes. I said that there's need for government to do something about the Benjamin violence. Because look, gone are the days when in 2018 that we were boasting that we had the biggest port to receive the bigger vessel, where they can drop Ivory Coast containers in Ghana, they can drop Nigerian containers in Ghana, they can drop Benin and Togo containers in Ghana, and they will go on transshipment. Today, it's no longer like that. Ivory Coast has put up one of the best ports as well and can receive the bigger vessel. And the cost of doing business in Ivory Coast is way far cheaper. Their import VAT is 12.5. Our import VAT is 15%. Plus other taxes that we have introduced. So to make now it's making our people diverting cargoes to those areas. So to make it easy, to make it good, to make business community have that confidence to bring their goods into this country, I strongly believe that there's a need for government to give some tax relief to the business community so that our containers that are going to Ivory Coast, because they come here and cannot pay and they are not prepared to also abandon their containers for government to go and auction it to people who are not who have not done that business, and for people to become rich overnight. No, then they should do something about our taxes. That is what we are looking for, to see what the government will do. So I can tell you quite clearly that the importers and exporters is expecting to see the government abolishing doing something with the Benjamin values so that can bring confidence back. Because today, to interpret, if I tell you how much they are paying a duty of it in those cars that they are using for the Uber cars and the Yungu cars, if you I tell you how much they are paying, and when there was Benma Value, how much they were paying, and you see a lot of cars were coming into the country. If care is not taken, we start seeing these total numbers again in town. It's as a result of when they go to those spots, the cost of doing business that is far, far less than the cost of doing businesses here. So I can tell you, we want to see, and also we want to see some stability in a fixed rate in the port community, because the customs indexes that weekly, assuming last week, they had given Asaki a duty to pay. I could not pay. Today, Monday, I could not pay. By tomorrow, if the customs change their rate to maybe if customs were using 11.7, and by tomorrow it is 12 series, that means my duty will have to recalculate automatically. Recalculated again for me to pay. That means they are going to adjust or increase your duty in nominal terms for you to go and pay. Then that's not good for the business community. So I can tell you that is what we look to see. We look to see what would government do to bring confidence back. What would government do so that those are people who have taken their goods to Ivory Coast, to Togo and to Benin, and saying our port is very expensive, can no longer say that the port is expensive and would want to bring the business to this country, and you and I can also enjoy. Because when the cost of doing business is cheaper, then it will help the country to also make more revenue, because people will not be diverting, people will not be trying to smuggle in. Everybody want to come to the port, and the government will make the needed revenue to develop, and we can also have lesser prices of goods and services in the market.
Right. Samson Asaki Awingobit is with the Importers and Exporters Association of Ghana. Thank you very much for speaking to us this afternoon. We're still waiting on the Finance Minister to get to Parliament and give us a brief of what's happening. But let's come back to the studio and continue the conversation.
When I came in, the first thing I said to the technical team was that I have never seen a budget presentation that has happened exactly on time. I don't know if you have followed the ministries all the time.
No,
I have never seen.
Today, three things are sure to happen. Finance Minister coming in late, which has happened already, giving us some Bible verses, which is sure to happen. And then a minority holding a press conference immediately after this presentation.
This is highly predictable.
Very, 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 very predictable. Very predictable. So, Jeffrey Mauto is our reporter. He's stationed at Kandishi now. So all of this that we are doing, of course, we are discussing the technicalities here in the studio. We'll be going to Parliament for the minister as well. But how late is it to you? How do you understand it? How do you understand all the technical jargons that our financial experts are putting across to us? Do you feel it in your pocket? At the end of the day, that is what we are looking for. He's just telling us about the increment in fuel prices. How much is it going to go for? If you're using a motorbike, how much were you buying it at? And how much are you going to buy it now? If you're using a Kia Picanto or a Hyundai i10, how much were you buying for your fuel? And how much are you going to buy now? If you're using a pickup, and for those of you who use a V8 and the Land Cruisers, no, you are turning around. So let me check if we have Jeffrey on the line. If we do, we'll quickly get to him and then we'll get back to the studio here. Jeffrey, good afternoon. Thank you very much. If you can hear me.
So the Finance Minister, Ken Ofori-Atta, is expected to present the media budget for 2023. And there's so much expectation for him to either cut or reduce some taxes. Well, we hit out to speak to some Ghanaians, particularly commercial drivers, to find out from them what they make or what they expect from this particular budget that is about to be presented by the Finance Minister. Come with me. All right, so now anope ya da se bebre anope ya pese ya bisa Finance Minister no eba be ready media budget ene ya pese ya bisa wa adwintre then I expect say Finance Minister no ebe presenti ama mo ebe boa mo drivers
mo ebe boa yin pa ni say your taxes no, if you are spare parts no go already. You got spare parts go already. This is time, 13 time. Person you turn 1.5. This is turn 2 million. Onu ka you never talk. It was just 6 million. I know why. I've got to say 2 months. I don't know how to say man.
Yeah, 2 months then ebe mo ebe
high. A high pa, you cheaper to me because you cheaper to my price make cost. Let's just do FM. Onu na problem ya high pa. You do for pa problem.
Na taxes ben out share and finance minister no on yin free one say on reduce.
To me it spare parts eba for one ebe boy. Spare parts ni boy di. Tax is a nya bito. Na e tumu ebe koso bibia. Onu na e problem. This is 13 time. First you done 1.5, 1.2 million. This is 1.5 2 million. No much money. Down you go to 2.5, you can't say I'm talk. Me the other day go on, me say I say no go YouTube me the shame. Tell the wood that there womb, no me pay. No go to shame. Oh no, you go share car. I say how to fair more petrol more. How me price no cost. It to me say petrol assembly on down to answer. On ko ade enjai. Yes o tun pe. Na be jegu.
Intimate was some say o say ye taxes no spare parts taxes I was spare parts no yen free so na petrol no so no yen reduce prices no.
Because spare parts cost right. Petrol so cost right. If you think nyama nya emwa. Emwa. No we go to pass ah. No car go be na say. You go ready, unto to. E hard you swap tie, you go ready. No was out to petrol more asa.
All right, so you heard from the gentleman Daniel Ankra, who is actually expecting the finance minister to reduce taxes on spare parts, vehicle spare parts, and also reduce the fuel prices to enable them operate efficiently and also make a daily living as the country progresses. So we're trying to get a few more of them to speak to them on this particular one.
Yo, medasipi basema ubisami na de kakra make best catch finance minister say budget no obe read no the best friend be say taxes na de da niam no so no omo body so be ma no aba for mama ye na say no ye koto passes na ya na ne bo e wo soro kakra ma ye na afi so petrol no so no petrol nso osro ti se yekoya djuma no kra na sika kakra na ebenja no ne asa dia to petrol nti ye be say eno so onya hu bibi man
na taxes no say government oji taxes no e di eboa oman no SCC no ma oman no mo nti se mo se on reduce ya be na government enya sika e di ayenia o say ono so onyema timamofo
we say taxes no di ye di SCC oman ne de then so ye ne timan no so no say wan hwe ho asema nka ma ye ne yenso ye timan so I say ye brep kakra nti ye be say onye ho bibi kakra ma ye efremi Kofipoku.
Yes, what in over Canada about so petroleum no fuel abefum insurance abefum wash I'm so careful my parts abefum so na be so your price na be ko for me o man yan yan atoyin
na share taxes party ben na o share aka ye reduce na say ye free ho no ma e betimi aboa mo
ada here party ye fuel na ya dey awosra ama bibia ekogensi any parts if say na time na bokran ya go ya ma okota untu fanfa yin pena wonje low price and this ana man for the ya da so to some ya get paper
okay and no your levies be to say sanitation levy eno na ebuama aban etimi be sesa mo dollar ni efia eye ewo from ha say no eno nso no o hwa omoye hu adwuma omutumi be sesa mo dollar ni nyama wa ha ediko
oh ne o be sa kontana esi akire ha say tamia ya ka e ba fako bacho ye from Kwame, the from station here, company.
Oh, I'm the finance minister also be a budget kakra. A budget no yesre no. Say o man more den. Only oba omo obi a wo low. Oni ni ndi kombo no hwe se de man no mutie. Akomo de ni bo. Enti say say de bi kan wa. Lord fe de say de bi be kan o. E be say mo. Fu e de otumo opo. Lord fe bi be kan o. Enti wo hwe ye.
Nti wo no ade be import pan ka finance minister no onye and as a budget statement be na wo pese on fambra out.
The Ancambasa on fambra out say so bet me ahwe so kakra kra na nka ye no hwe nyama ekoso nyama beble enko ye na so be yende. Oh.
But who as a driver no dey import na wo share o view na ka finance minister no on ka wo budget statement no.
Me de me kan sanka on tifu no so bom. The Kababa no. So Tifu so kakra, or fan cries, you bet so kakra. Now, o mine obia hand kakra. If so more fruit toton, or does a more private cow. Oh, you have one of those Jessica for no. Until say Lord Fan no bafuma, Oko baby, I was with me akaba. And so Lord Fan knows ra, I don't know go. On the minko. The on to Yamaye, na go ye.
Yo, you see our finance minister work asano. Can the idea between board double for pa spare parts no. Obi be say fuel. You see a Ghana highway, near fuel na yasemo. Spare parts na kasa. Because we have break food near ton 15 cities. You see break food could 30 cities. You no be na 15 cities bia no. Because 30 cities. Into one thing your man so dia. Because we also be two budget me dia. And your man Ghana bed papa. Obi o tibe tiro ka say o ya te fuel so enso na enya fuel cause engine a total fish engine na 10,500 se ano 10,500 se ano 300 million. That was 30,000 10,500 into say times 2 into one it so e be ha dwen pa e be ha dwen magana for papa obi ka say o driver for.
Well, so that was Jeffrey Mauto at the Kaneshi market, just in front of Kaneshi. And Ken, I have a friend who has a pharmacy.
Okay.
And he says until he started operating in, it's actually a chemical shop, a licensed chemical shop.
Right.
He is a politician. He had been sitting on radio and TV talking about inflation and how government is controlling inflation and so on and so forth, but never understood it. I mean, he thought that when you start talking about demand push, cost, and all of those jargons, and the things they were told to come and say on TV, he comes to sit down and say them. He got to understand inflation when he started operating a chemical shop and started buying the drugs. And he would buy, for example, a Ciprolex for 10 cedis or 5 cedis.
Yes.
Comes back to the shop to sell it for 7 cedis or 7.5 cedis. And then tomorrow he's going to buy the same Ciprolex TZ for at least 6 cities, and it is going to 10 cities.
Imagine.
That's when he knew the practicality of inflation.
Right.
And this is what they are describing on
TV. And these people are some of the real stakeholders of the economy. One of the things they mentioned is the reduction of fuel. I bet they don't know that fuel is about to go up.
I'm not sure.
They have no idea that fuel is about to go up. And if fuel goes up, it affects practically everything in this country. And the point they were making is that the people who do not have money to afford private cars are lesser than the people, are more than the people who have money to afford private cars. So it affects the poorest of the poor the most. Anytime these fuels are increased and all that. So it's quite challenging for them.
I'll come to Doc now. You were on the floor. Yeah, so we will bundle all of that with what we've gone for at the Kaneshi market, and the question I had put to you, then we can come to Doc here.
Very well. You asked about the scrapping of the BOG, Bank of Ghana, and also the issue regarding, in a way, trying to pamper the investor community to keep their monies in the system. And then the current one regarding the price levels and all of that.
Yes.
Let me talk about the inflation quickly before moving to this. I do say this, that inflation is the single most criminal, the biggest criminal in any economy. In fact, it is so huge in Ghana now. And indeed, if you really watch our efforts of moving into, middle income status, moving down to create some form of comfort for ourselves, you see that inflation has dealt us the biggest of blows. Mm-hmm. You bought something at 5 cedis, you sold it at, let's say, 8 cedis. The next time you are buying it at 7 cedis. It's so difficult for you to go and ask the person that you are selling it at 10 cedis. Even if you do that, over just a period of time, you can no longer do that. Mm. And so your purchasing power, your ability to continue to buy the quantity of the item in question continues to reduce over a period of time. And that is why I say this, that our effort at making sure that we tackle inflation is the single most important thing that any government can, embark on. I said that we have to set up an anti-inflationary, task force. And there should be specific activities for this committee to be working on. I have problem with the Monetary Policy Committee, respectfully.
Why do you?
Because, you see, when we say that get a representation from Ministry of Finance, get a representation from here, get a representation from there, the people who come to those committees largely tend not to have any expertise, in terms of monetary policy and all of those things.
The current structure has, I think, not the dean, but has somebody from the University of Ghana Economics Department.
Very well.
Has somebody from the Ministry of Finance, has about 3 members from the Bank of Ghana itself. The governor is sitting on the top, so they are, I think, either 7 or 9. I'll verify right away. But 7 or 9 member committee, and it has at least 2 or 3 people who are external to the Bank of Ghana.
So what I'm saying is that if we have representations or representatives from certain sectors of the economy to get on some of these most important institutions, we got to attach a certain type of qualification to it. So, for instance, if we say that a representation from Ministry of Finance, we should ask the ministry to give us somebody who has expertise in this and that field.
Okay.
If the ministry hasn't got anybody sitting there, and if it is not for getting your sitting allowances, if it's not for the sake of getting your sitting allowance, then we go into the market and hunt for somebody or a person with that expertise to come and sit there. I'm not digressing that, but all that I'm saying is that inflation is a big issue. And it has dealt us a huge blow over the period. If government would be able to arrest inflation, not like the previous one that after some few monies came into the system, when COVID money came and importation, international trade was not happening that month, the CD kind of like stabilized a little bit, and then the vice president said that he has arrested the dollar.
So, Doc, talking about arresting inflation, at what figure would you say that, it has got into this figure, so the inflation has been arrested, because it's now
it cannot 50%. Be a one-off event, It cannot be a one-off event. It has to be a sustained activity over a period of time, because right now the system is so heated. Even the expectation that oil or fuel prices are going to be increased, it is an indication that we are not seeing any, taming of inflation, because the team is looking at, it's actually based on inflation expectation. In the next 3 months, where are we going to be? And you see, our fuel prices, a liter is pegged at around between 0.95 and $1 equivalent of the CD. So anytime there's adjustment, it is going to be within that range. If you're able to fight inflation, and the CD is coming down, you see these price levels also coming down. Otherwise, there's nothing that can be done. Then the other aspect is to say that what are we going to do to begin to, if you like, refine our own oil, our own crude, and then see if we can, get some subsidies for the consumer public. And so it is a huge task. But the point that I would want to make with regards to, we want reduction in fuel, we want reduction in this, naturally, if you ask anybody for reduction, which areas he expects tax to be cut, it is going to be the area that he operates. So, for instance, the truck drivers, they consume fuel most, they say fuel reduction. The market women, their job is buying and selling, they will say food prices. If you go to your pharmacist and the healthcare industry, they will tell you importation or reduction in duties. The car, the second-hand car operators and all of those things, they will say duties and all of that. But you see, government cannot get rid of any particular revenue stream without, transferring it to another source.
So we can get rid of COVID levy.
If you want to get rid of COVID levy,
yes,
you need to find some other avenue to make that money, if not more, before you can get rid of it. Otherwise, yes.
So I can mention a number. So there are key, which you, the experts have spoken of.
Yes.
That can be taken off and reduce the burdens. If you look at VAT now, VAT in its entirety, with NHIE levy and then COVID levy, we're hitting almost 21%.
There are a lot of taxes that
yes.
should be taken.
Yes.
People are saying the Bola tax should go, the COVID levy should go, and others. Okay, all that I'm saying is that granted, if that is done, it is going to create some level of, if you like, cushioning or stability in the system. But government should also want to make sure that the revenue loss in those areas
are
can
restored
be
somewhere
elsewhere. And so it's a lot more of thinking and making sure that things are done. That is why my focus is on government itself to reduce expenditure drastically.
Right.
For instance, if you say we are running with over 100 ministers and we could bring it down to 60, one minister, the associated cost of maintaining that minister and the things around even that ministry is so huge.
They usually will make the argument
the cut on fuel and not allowing people to ride in their V8s, for me, are cosmetic and cannot create any meaningful impact. Okay? And then also, at what level, how efficient can we be? Making sure that we inject some level of efficiency in our dealings and then ensure that whatever we do brings out the best of benefit. And so some of these things got to be looked at critically.
Right.
And then if we are able to fight inflation, we are heading somewhere.
All right.
Okay. So now, we want me to respond to the Bank of Ghana scrapping and all of those things?
I'll come back to that. I'll come back to that. But just in your short, is the Leader of Parliament okay? We are seeing the ranking member of Parliament on Foreign Affairs now. We are seeing the Leader of Parliament again, the Speaker. The leader is always the majority leader, but the Speaker of Parliament, Honorable Alban Suman Gbagwin, is seated in Parliament, clad in his very beautiful ash and red tie suit, making ready or in preparation to receiving the Finance Minister. Once he gets seated like this, then there are all indications that the Finance Minister is around the Parliament House and will be making his way to the floor of Parliament, into the chamber itself very soon. So you see Honorable Sam Okujeto Ablakwa on his feet on the floor of Parliament. He will get the sound. We'll take you into Parliament to get bits of sight and sound. He's taking his seat. I'm sure he had made a submission which is being considered by the Speaker of Parliament. And this is what we are presenting to you today. Restoring and sustaining macroeconomic stability and resilience through inclusive growth and value addition. That was the theme. Viewing the budget, of course, we are running with the Minister of Finance, putting to you before expectations and anticipations of what he will be bringing in Parliament. Nobody has seen it yet except for maybe workers. So you see the former whip to the minority, Honorable Muntaka Mohammed, the Member of Parliament for Asawase in the Ashanti region, a very strong Member of Parliament who disturbs the MPP a lot in the region. He's a very strong member. Very, very difficult to unseat. Eko Vincent Asafwa is a member of parliament for the Tafo constituency. On the MPP side, he also just came into your shot. It means that both the majority side and the minority side are in earnest of receiving the finance minister and to debate afterwards.
Actually spotted the finance minister not long ago.
That means he's entered.
He's in the chamber.
He's in the chamber.
Any moment from now, we could be crossing over and bringing you live feed from the House of Parliament. Yes. So confirmation is that the finance minister is indeed in the House of Parliament, and formalities are being done before he presents the mid-year budget review. But before we can finally cross over, so that is the majority leader MP for
there is rife expectation or anticipation or projections that he's seeking to be the running mate if the Vice President Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia becomes the flag bearer. But that's political. Let's get back. Your brief comments before it looks like we'll get into the chamber pretty shortly.
Yes. When you look at this budget review, we are looking at two things. The November presentation was as of September. So we have to complete the year 2022 so that we can easily compare what transpired in 2021 against 2022. That notwithstanding, I believe where we are currently, little can be done when it comes to taxation because we are on a program, IMF program. And that was one of the things we told IMF we're doing to at least shore up our tax revenue to GDP to about 18%, from 13% to 18%. So you cannot go against your own agenda. So definitely on the side of reducing taxes, I don't foresee that happening. Yes. Then again, on the expenditure side, no, I don't think government will be ready to slash any expenditure or come down because of the way we've not been able to tackle inflation and the depreciation of the CD and all that.
Right.
I don't know whether...
Mr. Sabute, quickly before I go to Doc, I want to find out taxes like COVID-19, which, the World Health Organization, the government of Ghana, has mentioned that it is no longer a global health emergency. We understand that it is not going to be scrapped. But why is it always difficult for government to scrap taxes that are irrelevant?
You see, when it comes to imposition of tax, if we come out clear to link a particular tax to a program or a project, and the program is no longer with us, then there is no justification in maintaining that tax. Okay? We said COVID-19. Are we so battling with COVID-19? And the answer is no. All right? So you cannot justify why you are still maintaining COVID-19 levy. Now, if you are coming out with a tax that has been, you have generalized it, it's not specific. So if you tell me that, you are paying tax for a particular project or a particular program, I expect that the program should also run for me to continue paying the tax. But if the program is no longer running, why should you pin me to that particular tax that you have convinced me that you are going to do it because of this particular project? The reason why most people shy away from paying taxes is because we don't normally come out clear to say that this particular tax is for this project or is for this program. If we have get fund, so we expect that such monies, if they are collected, should be channeled into our education sector. But we have universities, we have secondary schools who, for a very long time, have not been receiving their portion of the GET fund. So what are we doing to the GET fund? And not that we are not collecting. Anything that you pay, buy, there is a portion that must go to Ghana Education Fund. So what are we doing to it? Okay, so I'll say that if the reason for imposing the tax is no more relevant, then that tax becomes irrelevant.
Right. Dr. Asafotai, a friend of mine jokingly said one day that we are lucky that we don't have Russia-Ukraine war tax.
Indeed.
But let me pose the same question to you. Why is it so difficult for government to say that, look, I have abandoned the COVID-19 levy because COVID-19 is no longer a global health emergency, a regional health emergency, or a health emergency in the country?
Well, first of all, we got to know that if you come out with a certain specific or particular tax or reason for collecting a certain kind of tax, and the reason is no longer relevant, you got to get rid of it. It is a moral issue. If you are unable to do that because of your own inefficiencies, because of your desire to just continue to receive these monies and spend them anyhow, that is up to you. You remember I told you that the NDP government, so far up to end of 2020, last year, they've received in excess of 300 billion Ghana cedis.
From oil.
I mean, JM's highest amount was around 37 or so billion. And so they've done well in terms of how much money they've received. Okay, taxing and milking the entire economy. But how did they use that money? It's not reflective. And that is why there is this level of apathy. Okay, people, there is fatigue. People are tired of, being squeezed of the little that they are having. They are talking of property tax. But I'm saying that if you want to do property tax, you got to make sure that asset turnover, i.e., the income that this property, these assets, these buildings bring is good. Mm-hmm. Okay, if you have good asset turnover, then you can tax it. But you see somebody's building lying there for 10 years, you can't even rent it whatsoever, and then you go, you slap something on it, it's going to be problematic. The Bola tax is an issue, the COVID tax got to go, and a few things, okay? As to whether they're going to do, if they are prepared to tame down their penchant for high standards of living at the expense of government, at the expense of the people, I should say, then what do I say? They should scrap those taxes for the way forward. But my expectations really, I expect that there should be detailed reforms in the energy sector. The bill over there is frightening. $2 billion almost dollars now is unsustainable. If we are owing the IPPs, okay, the independent power producers, up to almost $2 billion, which is focused to grow to somewhere 5 in the next 2 or 3 years, that is problematic. They have asked that they want 30% payment, upfront payment, before they sit down to negotiate. That 30% alone wipes away the 600 million that we have received, from the fund. Are you getting me? And so government should tell us what exactly they are doing. And I've always said this, that if we improve efficiency in the energy sector, okay, it will dovetail into pricing. So that even though we have this 3 months window of price adjustment, it will come down a little bit. So the sector got to be looked at critically. And it should be the case that he should brief us on the state of the domestic debt exchange program, what they've achieved so far, what impact it has made on the economy. It should that money that we've taken from people's pockets should not come and enter our deficit, should not go into funding somebody's lifestyle. We want to see the impact that it has made on our debt.
It's a key point I have written. One of my key expectations is for the Minister of Finance, is that, not even for him, is that he's going to talk about the prospects, first of all, the impact, and then secondly, the prospects of the IMF program, now that we have seen tranches of the money coming in, and how stringent or how we are going to be measured in our expenditure and so on and so forth, and the results that it will come with. So I see that it will be more of projections. Exactly. Projections into the few months ahead of us towards the end of the year, that because of the money that has come, we are going to get this, we are going to get that, we are going to get that. Okay. I also see the Ministry of the Minority in Parliament calling for his resignation in their press conference. If they do it today or tomorrow morning, I clearly see the minority in Parliament asking the Finance Minister to act on his words, to resign, of course, on the President's words, which were told to some 80 members of the majority sometime back in November or December last year that we want to go through, or he wants the Minister of Finance to go through successfully the IMF program, and when the money starts coming in, he will heed to their call. They will expect him to, on his own, tender in his resignation. I clearly can see the minority doing that. And then maybe to restructure their communication. But I've seen Haruna Idris, and let me put this to you. We'll round up that with Danny, and then we'll go to Parliament. Do you think? I have written here domestic debt exchange program. I think around the table, I had spoken to you on some other business programs. I had spoken to you. You had alluded that there was a problem of communication and consultation with these programs in its implementation. I clearly also put it, I mean, that's my opinion, that communication around a program like e-levy, which I think was very novel, and consultation was also very, very poor or bad. Do you think the government has a communications problem, which has an effect economically on perceptions, on economic programs, on financial programs, and so on and so forth?
Well, the point is that if you, let me say this first on the finance minister.
Right.
Yeah. I would say that the finance minister has been a bad thing for the Ghanaian economy.
The Ken Ofori-Atta
exactly
has been a bad thing.
Yes, I don't know how I can put it to sound a lot more better without, appearing too, sanguine. Really,
some people think he's been a messiah to the economy.
No, you cannot run an economy like this. And so, if for all this while we are asking that, senior, you've done your bit, take a back seat and get someone else to come in, it is not, it's not far-fetched, really. And so I'm wondering what he's going to do, because he said, and we all know that, after the IMF deal goes through, he will exit. Is he going to exit now? I don't know. He's been a bad influence. If you are the helm of affairs, please let's get these things right. If you are the captain of the ship, and your crew is misbehaving, the people on the ship are misbehaving, the only time you can be able to bring control is when you don't join them. You are focused and making sure that the right things are done. But the moment you join them in the party, you can no longer, you lose focus. And that is why we've gotten to where we have gotten to now. I think he has to find a gentle way to exit. In any case, whether he exits or not, everything and all things that have been put under the carpet will come out, because these are things that have records. And so that's what I would say with regards to that. And then to your issue, if you can pick me up on it again.
On the last question that I asked about communication. About whether from e-levy, from all of domestic debt exchange programming.
Respectfully, that the MPP government decides to communicate the things that they want to communicate in the most clearest forms. And so they don't lack the ability to communicate. They have. But if there is something that they are not interested in communicating, they will not communicate. For instance, if we are coming to the negotiation table, how do you come? Do you come from a position of arrogance or from a position of negotiation? The moment we are at the table and you come from a position, a higher authority, okay, and this is what we're going to do, and all of that, the stakeholders will be agitated. They will not listen to you, and so that is the problem. They have never been committed in making sure that anything that they introduce, like the e-levy, they come to the negotiation table. They solicit ideas, synchronize those ideas, put them together separate, and see the best way out. They've never done that. Okay? We spoke hugely about the e-levy. We said that it's going to have adverse impact on our desire to make sure that we make our system a lot more cash light, cashless society. Have they listened? They projected something huge that we're going to be getting it from the e-levy. What has happened? What is the outcome of e-levy now? And what is the damage that has caused to, financial, if you like, integration, systems improvement and all of that? Okay, the same thing when the COVID monies were coming out, they were spending it on their own, forgetting that these are not free monies, they are loans, come what may, that we have to pay. After piling it up, see where we are today. And so it is not a matter of not communicating well. It is the case that they never wanted to do so.
They never wanted to communicate?
Oh, no.
I kindly indulge me. Okay. Indulge me. I'll come back to you on the same point. Maybe after, if he mounts it now, we'll come to you after the presentation. However, we've still seen them in the short. The Speaker of Parliament has been in the short for quite some time now. We want to get onto the floor of Parliament and see the debate which is going on, whether they are allowing the minister to get on with them or they are going to postpone. So let's hear the Speaker of Parliament.
Supplementary budget for approval by Parliament, and Roman 2, an overview of the implementation of the annual budget and of the budgets of covered entities, unquote. Honorable members, the said section does not mandate the minister to come to the House by a motion. It doesn't. That is left to Parliament to decide as to how the minister should come to us. It simply says the minister should prepare and submit to Parliament a mid-year fiscal policy review. And so it's for us to decide how we want that to be done. By clearly looking at the import of the section, it refers to those submissions as information. Information. It is only if later the information given to us necessitates that he should submit a supplementary budget. That supplementary budget needs the approval of Parliament. But the media review is for the information of Parliament. That is the law that you have passed. And so it's not for him to move a motion. As so rule, and I think that the proper thing is for the minister to submit the mid-year review in the form of a statement as information to the House. I may now move back to private business and invite the Minister for Finance, in accordance with item 6 of the order paper, to present the statement on the mid-year review 2023.
Right, so you saw snippets of what's happening in Parliament and the fact that the minister has been requested to come. So minister has just mounted the podium and removing his papers to be able to speak to the entire nation, of course, through the Fourth Republic of the Parliament of the Fourth Republic, and this is the 8th Parliament, right, of Ghana. And we heard the Speaker, Honorable Alban Sumanu Babin, clarifying some conditionalities and whether a motion can be made for him to either do the presentations or not. Of course, it is a constitutional requirement, but the mid-year review is only a provision of information through a statement. So whatever he reads is a statement of the information he's providing Parliament and giving clarifications of whether they would need further monies or further funds for the expenditures they had proposed from the beginning of the year, or whether they are not going to need any further money. It is only to provide an information of what has been approved from the beginning of the year. And back here in the studio, we've been talking about expectations and what we make of what he will be saying on the floor of Parliament. I think we can get the sound now, so we'll go in. Minister is opening it.
I stand before you on the authority of His Excellency President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo to present the mid-year fiscal policy review of the budget statement and economic policy of the Government of Ghana for the 2023 financial year. Today's presentation is in fulfillment of Section 28 of the Public Financial Management Act 2016, Act 921, and Regulation 24 of the Public Financial Management Regulation LI 2378. I respectfully, Mr. Speaker, request that the entire 2023 mid-year fiscal policy review document is captured in the Hansard. Mr. Speaker, 8 months ago, I presented a 2023 budget statement and economic policy of the government in Kabom budget. At the time, the economy was going through a very difficult period amidst unprecedented global turbulence. This was within the context of major external shocks coupled with domestic vulnerabilities triggered by credit rating downgrades, tightened domestic financing conditions, and increased costs of borrowing, with the cost of shipping a container increasing 7-fold in the 18 months following March 2020. Just about every country in the world grappled with soaring prices from 2021. Our country, like many others globally, experienced unusually sharp increases in food, fertilizer, and fuel prices, rising inflation, and exchange rate depreciation, leading to severe economic challenges and hardships for our people. A headline in the December 2022 edition of The Economist captured the global situation in these words, quote, 2022 has been a year of brutal inflation. Mr. Speaker, it is no exaggeration to say we cannot find another period in our history where so many different headwinds hit our economy at the same time with unrelenting speed and scale. Thankfully, as the members are beginning to show, and as many honorable members of the House have indicated to me in our engagements, we have together as a nation turned the corner. Turned the corner, Mr. Speaker. We have avoided the unimaginable, but what could have been so easily possible under different leadership circumstances. With a lot of effort, we have managed to avoid empty shop shelves for medicines and other essentials. We have seen no shortage of food. We have been spared the frustrating specter of long queues for fuel at our filling stations. And we have managed, in spite of all the challenges, to keep the lights on. Indeed, as the psalmist said in Psalm 118:23, this is the Lord's doing, and it is marvelous in our eyes. This turning the corner is underpinned by the investments and sacrifices we have collectively made during the difficult period since March 2020. Mr. Speaker, it is important that we acknowledge some of the major milestones that this country has experienced in the last 3 years. We should, quote, be still and appreciate that despite our challenges as a country, we have been saved from many extreme conditions that others have suffered, including peace, health, security, continuous supply of power, and life itself indeed. Over the period, the country has gone through extremely difficult circumstances, and the gratitude of His Excellency the President and his government goes to the good people of Ghana for their patience, understanding, and positive contributions to government efforts to weather the storms. During the COVID-19 period, we indeed lost family members and friends. But it's also true that Ghana recorded some of the lowest cases of mortality and infections worldwide. This was due to the implementation of a swift and robust COVID-19 response program led by His Excellency the President. We recorded 171,653 COVID-19 cases and 1,462 unfortunate deaths, as against 10.8 million cases recorded and 228,738 deaths on the African continent alone, and 249 million recorded cases and 2 million deaths in Europe. May the souls of our friends and family faithfully departed rest in peace. We invested immensely in education to ensure that school years were not disrupted, and we did so because we knew the alternative would be significantly costlier to our society. That was why the President ensured that our children returned to school earlier to write the examinations to enable us to build the requisite human capital for the future and for them not to lose a precious year. We ensured consistent power supply and kept the lights on to enable businesses and households function despite the increasing cost of legacy energy agreements. We continued paying salaries and wages of all public sector employees and kept everybody at work without laying off our workers, and factored in a 30% increment of base pay for workers on single spine salary structure this year. We invested, Mr. Speaker, in the security of the nation and protected our citizens, including the lives of the 1.1 million visitors who beyond the year of return program, thus boosting tourism in the middle of the crisis. And we cleared up and strengthened the financial sector to promote entrepreneurship and private sector businesses, including agriculture, tourism, and hotels, manufacturing, etc. Mr. Speaker, 2022 was the most difficult year for me as Ghana's finance minister. On July 1st, 2022, we took what was then a difficult but necessary decision to request support from the IMF to implement our post-COVID-19 program of economic growth. The country was going through a dire period of economic uncertainties and despondency. Mr. Speaker, we have turned the corner, and more importantly, we are determined to continue down that path. Soon, we expect the measures taken resulting in economic activity greater than anything experienced in the history of the Fourth Republic. Our plans and programs should soon lead to a sustained increase in domestic production, including manufacturing and farming, replacing many of the products that we are used to importing. Mr. Speaker, when I presented the 2023 budget in November last year, I indicated that we will pursue major fiscal and monetary policy measures within the framework of the PC-PEG. Our coordinated response to the macro-fiscal challenges which charged us to develop in March 2022 before going to the IMF, that's the PC-PEG. As a first step towards fulfilling this objective, Parliament passed the revenue and expenditure measures as well as several other macro-fiscal economic policies.
Honourable Minister, just a minute, the First Deputy Speaker to take the chair.
Mr. Speaker, we have turned the corner, and more importantly, we are determined to continue down that path. Mr. Speaker, when I presented the 2023 budget in November last year, I indicated that we will pursue major fiscal and monetary policy measures within the framework of the PC-PEG. Our coordinated response to the macro-fiscal challenges which His Excellency the President charged us to develop in March 2022 before going to the IMF. That's the PC-PEG. As a first step towards fulfilling this objective, pass the revenue and expenditure measures as well as several other macro-critical economic policies we presented in the 2022 budget, and we are grateful for that. Along these lines, we also needed to create additional fiscal space by negotiating an International Monetary Fund program 2, concluding a debt operations program, and 3, attracting significant investments, especially vibrant growth strategy. Mr. Speaker, I can now report that we have been diligent and resolute in implementing these measures and successfully negotiated the $3 billion US 3-year IMF ECF program, which was approved on 17th May 2023 to support the implementation of our PCPEC. Concluded on February 14th, the initial part of the debt operations, of which the domestic debt exchange program. Developed a framework for the V20 Climate Prosperity Plan to attract climate investments from the private sector, and initiated the Mutual Prosperity Dialogue to crowd in domestic and external private investment to underpin our growth strategy. These achievements have been with the support and commitment of this august House and the Ghanaian people. It demonstrates that when we speak with one voice, we can achieve what we set our minds to do. Genesis 11:6, if as one people speaking the same language, we have begun to do this, then nothing we plan to do will be impossible for us. Right Honorable Speaker, accordingly, His Excellency President Akufo-Addo has asked that I convey his profound gratitude to this House for passing all the revenue bills as well as expenditure measures. Indeed, our sincere gratitude also goes to all investors, financial institutions, and bondholders for the sacrifice, support, and forbearance in this difficult period of our country's economic history. We appreciate your contribution towards turning the corner and commitment to partner us in transforming the economy. We must also extend our appreciation to the IMF, the World Bank, and other development partners, as well as the G7 and G20 members who have stood so strongly with us. Mr. Speaker, for the first 6 months of the year, we continue making progress to exceed our non-oil revenue targets for the year. We have seen improvements in non-oil tax revenue collection despite some notable shortfalls in VAT. However, oil revenues are falling short of expectations due to changes in global prices. We will therefore undertake a downward review of the oil-related revenue as well as the corresponding expenditures to align with the underperformance of some of our revenue handles. Specifically, this will impact the annual budget funding amount. Mr. Speaker, in view of the reasons outlined above, as well as the lower domestic interest payment and amortization following the completion of a part of the DDEP and the reduction in the foreign finance capex, the appropriation has been revised from Ghana cedis 227.7 billion as presented and approved in November 2022 to 206.0 billion Ghana cedis. This is in line with Regulation 24, Sub-Regulation 3 of Public Financial Management Act Regulation 2019, LI 2378. Mr. Speaker, we will therefore not require a supplementary budget. Mr. Speaker, government is, however, committed to pursuing a robust growth strategy within the limited fiscal space and our fiscal consolidation program. This will be done by attracting domestic and foreign private sector investment and expanding production, which will be encouraged and stimulated by government policies and agencies. Government's mutual prosperity dialogue with the private sector will seek to facilitate the ease of doing business in order to crowd in private, domestic, and foreign investments. Mr. Speaker, security continues to be a priority of government. The United Nations recently reported that over 1,800 terrorist attacks resulting in nearly 4,600 deaths were recorded in our West Africa region in the first 6 months of this year. Due to this instability, among others, increasing numbers of West African citizens are seeking refuge in our country. This has required a review of our security expenditures within the limited fiscal space. Mr. Speaker, this 2023 mid-year fiscal policy review will therefore provide an update on economic performance for the first half year of 2023 and outlook for the rest of the year. Provide an update on the implementation of the IMF-supported PCPEG, including update on structural reforms and the progress towards achieving the quantitative performance criteria and indicative targets. Provide an update on the debt restructuring program, present a revised 2023 fiscal framework which aligns with the IMF-supported PCPEG, and outline government's growth strategy to drive the recovery process. I will now proceed to update the House on the macro-fiscal performance of the economy since 2022. Mr. Speaker, as we usually do, the 2023 budget was presented in November 2022 using end September 2022 data. We now have end December 2022 data, which indicates that overall real GDP growth was 3.1% compared to the revised target of 3.7%. Non-oil real GDP growth was 3.8% compared to the revised target of 4.3%. End December inflation rates of 54.1% compared to the projected 28.5%. Total revenue and grants for the period amounted to 96.7 billion, 15.8% of GDP, compared to the revised target of 96.84 billion, 16.4% of GDP. Total expenditure on commitment basis amounted to 165.1 billion Ghana cedis, 27% of GDP, against a revised target of 133.8 billion, 22.6% of GDP. Overall budget deficit on commitment basis was 11.8% of GDP, against a revised target of a deficit of 6.3% of GDP. Primary balance on commitment basis was a deficit of 4.3% of GDP, against a revised target of a deficit of 0.7% of GDP. On cash basis, the overall budget deficit was 10.7% of GDP, against a revised target of a deficit of 6.6% of GDP. The corresponding primary balance on cash basis was a deficit of 3.2% of GDP, against a revised target of a surplus of 0.4% of GDP. And gross international reserves was equivalent to 2.7 months of import cover. Mr. Speaker, with approval of Parliament, government set out to achieve the following key macroeconomic targets for 2023. Overall real GDP growth of 2.8%, non-oil real GDP growth of 3%, end December inflation rate of 18.9%, overall budget deficit of 5.9% of GDP on commitment basis, and 7.7% on cash basis. Primary balance commitment basis of a surplus of 0.7% of GDP and a deficit of 1.1% of GDP on cash basis, and gross international reserve to cover not less than 3.3 months of imports. As I've indicated, we have made significant progress on restoring macroeconomic stability, and the narrative is changing. The economy is showing signs of recovery, the exchange rate has stabilized, inflation has softened, and interest rates have declined since December 2022. Mr. Speaker, these outturns are the results of focused implementation of all the measures we presented in the 2023 budget and the positive sentiments arising from the progress of the IMF program, which I will now discuss. Mr. Speaker, towards addressing the macro-fiscal challenges the economy faced in 2022, government engaged the IMF to support the implementation of our PCPEG program. On 17th May 2023, the Executive Board of the IMF approved a 36-member standard credit facility in an amount equivalent to SDR's $2.242 billion, approximately $3 billion. The program is anchored on government PCPEG and designed to restore macroeconomic stability and debt sustainability. It includes extensive reforms to strengthen resilience and lay the foundation for stronger and more inclusive growth. Mr. Speaker, the program has been designed to address the key issues facing the economy through the following key priority targeted interventions. Large and front-loaded fiscal consolidation to bring public finances back on a sustainable path. The program envisages a cumulative fiscal adjustment of 5.1 percentage points of GDP over the program period 2023 to 2026, with a fiscal effort of 3.8 percentage points in 2023 alone. The primary deficit on commitment basis will be reduced to 3% of GDP in 2022 to 0.5% in 2023. The fiscal consolidation will be executed by both mobilizing more domestic revenue and improving efficiency of spending. 2, to protect the vulnerable through enhancement of existing social protection programs, including the Livelihood Empowerment Against Poverty (LEAP), National Health Insurance Scheme, the Capitation Grant, and the School Feeding Program. The 2023 budget, for example, doubled the benefits under the LEAP program as well as boosted the allocations to the School Feeding Program. 3, strong and ambitious structural reforms in tax policy, revenue administration, public financial management, financial sector, as well as strong measures to enhance revenue mobilization and address weaknesses in the energy and cocoa sectors. Both are critical to bring public finances back on sustainable path while creating fiscal space for critical development spending. 4, to bring inflation under control through prudent monetary policy, including appropriate monetary policy tightening and the elimination of monetary financing of the budget. Containing inflation pressures requires coordination between fiscal and monetary policies. 5, to rebuild international reserve buffers to 3 months of import by the end of the program. The Bank of Ghana is pursuing enhanced global exchange rate policies to help rebuild international reserves. 6, to restore sustainability and preserve financial stability following the domestic debt exchange program to support private investments and growth. And 7, to pursue reforms to encourage private investments, strengthen growth, and create more jobs. Mr. Speaker, it is instructive to note that our path towards securing an approved IMF-supported program has been characterized by speed and resoluteness. More specifically, the following key and significant milestones were accomplished. We achieved staff-level agreement in December 2022, 6 months after we formally requested for the IMF support to back our PCPEG. We are supported by China's agreement to co-chair Ghana's Paris Club Official Creditor Committee. We secured financing assurances for the Official Credit Committee, co-chaired by China and France on 12 May 2023, 5 months after our formal request in December 2022. We secured an IMF board approval on 17 May 2023, 5 months after the SLA and 10 months after a formal request for a fund program. We also secured IMF financing equivalent to 3 times Ghana's quota. We front-loaded disbursement of IMF resources with 40% in 2023 and the rest to be spread between 2024 and 2026, and successfully concluded a domestic exchange program. The results are clear. We are witnessing the catalytic impact of crowding in other resources. We are in discussions with the World Bank for a $900 million development policy operation and emergency support. The United States, through the International Development Finance Corporation, has announced a program to invest $300 million towards the construction of a data center under the G7 Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investments. This is through the Development Finance Corporation of the U.S. Mr. Speaker, several key stakeholders played diverse roles in Ghana's successful journey towards approval of the IMF-supported program. On behalf of His Excellency the President, I would like to again express our sincere gratitude to the Right Honourable Speaker, members of Parliament, our participating bondholders, retirees, financial institutions, and other stakeholders who played critical roles. Permit me to express our sincere gratitude to the Managing Director of the IMF, a team led by its Country Director, Stefan Roder, and the Executive Board for providing the unfathomable cooperation throughout the whole process. We are also grateful to the World Bank Group, the U.S. Treasury, U.S. Development Finance Corporation. Government appreciates our other development partners, both multilaterals at the AFDB and AfriExim, and bilaterals for their support under the program. Mr. Speaker, as a nation, we must and will prevail. Indeed, our only recourse is to be successful at the upcoming first review of the program in September 2023 and all other subsequent reviews. We are therefore respectfully calling on every member of this august House and all our fellow Ghanaians to support these reforms. Mr. Speaker, to support the effective implementation of the IMF-supported PCPEG, the government has put in place an implementation strategy. Status of progress towards achieving the program objectives. Mr. Speaker, the IMF-supported program will be monitored and reviewed semi-annually based on agreed targets to be met by end June and end December each year. We will prepare for a comprehensive assessment of the targets by the IMF during the first review in September 2023, which will assess 9 structural benchmarks, 6 quantitative performance criteria, and 3 indicative targets in 2023. Mr. Speaker, supported PCPEG has also prioritized social protection reforms to ensure that the vulnerable are protected from the impact of the ongoing fiscal adjustment. Social spending on health, social protection, and education will be closely monitored to ensure timely disbursement of funds to beneficiaries. In addition, an indexation mechanism for benefits under the LEAP program will be put in place by end September 2023. Furthermore, the coverage of LEAP will be expanded and its targeting improved to cover the stream of poor by 2024. Mr. Speaker, Cabinet also approved a turnaround strategy for Cocoa Board as part of measures to improve financial viability of the institution and to position it to deliver increased value for the people of Ghana. I take this opportunity to assure all our key stakeholders of government's commitment to the unwavering implementation of our very own PCPEG, which undergirds the IMF-approved program. Debt operations. Mr. Speaker, we announced in the 2023 budget statement that we will embark on a debt restructuring program to alleviate fiscal pressures by 1, reducing debt servicing costs, 2, improving debt sustainability, and 3, ensuring stability and economic growth. The restructuring is critical to the implementation of the program. To ensure return to the path of debt sustainability, a comprehensive debt strategy centered on a restructuring program was pursued. Mr. Speaker, the perimeter for the restructuring includes both domestic, central government, and debt, and some parastatals, and external. The main aim of the operations is to reduce debt servicing costs and restore our debt sustainability. The debt operation focuses on achieving by 2028 the present value of overall debt and external debt to GDP to below 55% and 40% thresholds respectively, and 2, external debt service to revenue and exports to revenue below the 18% and 15% thresholds respectively. Mr. Speaker, on the domestic debt exchange program, on 5th December 2022, government launched the DDEP in a transparent manner while seeking to minimize its impact on bondholders. After 3 months of negotiations with the different bondholder groups and amendments to the original terms, government successfully completed the DDEP on 14 February 2022. Total bonds outstanding at the settlement date amounted to 126.978 billion Ghana cedis, of which 29.286 billion were held by pension funds, bringing the total eligible bonds to 97.7 billion cedis. The ministry received final participation of 88.9 billion Ghana cedis, representing 84.9% of total eligible bonds. The DEDP has provided the government with increased fiscal flexibility and addressed cash and other liquidity constraints. Once again, we are grateful to all investors who participated in this exchange. Mr. Speaker, to complete the domestic debt operations, government announced in April 2023 its intention to further pursue the discussions around the following domestic debt instruments, which were excluded from the DDEP perimeter then: energy sector independent power producers, cocoa bills, local US dollar denominated bonds, and Bank of Ghana non-tradable debt. Out of these remaining debt instruments, government launched debt operations for the cocoa bills and local US denominated bonds on 14th July 2023. The settlement date is today, Mr. Speaker, 31st July 2023, and we look forward to a successful operation. Mr. Speaker, although pension funds were exempted from the main DDEP, we continue to engage them. Mr. Speaker, we are also engaging with the IPPs on debt relief and financing arrangements to achieve both debt sustainability for Ghana and financial sustainability for the energy sector. As part of the restructuring process for external debt, government requested the treatment of the bilateral debt under the G20 Common Framework beyond the debt service suspension initiative. Government also held a series of engagements with its bilateral creditors via the Paris Club to provide financing assurances to support Ghana's IMF ECF request. The Official Creditor Committee for Bilateral Creditors was established and co-chaired by China and France. The committee provided financing assurances on 12 May, as I stated, to support the IMF's board approval of Ghana's IMF ECF request on 17 May 2023. Mr. Speaker, government has also begun the process of negotiating with its commercial creditors, our Eurobond investors. 2 bondholder groups have been formed, comprising domestic and regional bondholders, as well as international bondholders. Government has already shared a set of data and scenarios to commence discussions. On the restructuring of Eurobonds, we expect to receive counter offers from the bondholders in the short term and envisage an agreement by year end. Mr. Speaker, the financial sector comprising commercial banks, special deposit-taking institutions, insurance sector, and fund managers participated significantly in the DDEP. The effects of the debt operation of the financial sector is elevated liquidity and solvency risk from impairment losses. Regulators, including the Bank of Ghana, provide a temporary regulatory forbearance to mitigate the liquidity impact of the DDEP. Importantly, government is working with key partners to establish a Ghana Financial Stability Fund to provide liquidity and solvency support to the financial institutions. The eligibility criteria agreed with regulators and international partners will be published soon. Mr. Speaker, these macroprudential interventions and operations were also to address the impact of the large external shocks within a wider global economic context, which I now proceed to discuss. Mr. Speaker, we are also mindful of the impact of the debt exchange program on individuals, and government is working hard to stabilize the economy towards a faster economic recovery to ameliorate impact on the welfare of individuals. Mr. Speaker, global developments. The global economy continues to struggle through a patchy recovery phase following the shocks, including those from the COVID-19 pandemic and the Russia-Ukraine war. It is within such context that the IMF in its April 2023 World Economic Outlook update projects global output growth to decline significantly to 2.8% in 2023 from in 2022, before rising slightly to 3% in 2024. The projected slowdown reflects synchronous policy tightening around the globe, especially in the United States, Euro areas, the United Kingdom, and China, to contain the surge in inflation and worsening financial conditions. Despite signs of modest growth in early 2023, persistent high inflation and the global financial market turmoil have proven too strong and dampened hopes of a robust recovery. Mr. Speaker, the price of crude oil declined by 15.7% between August 2022 and February 2023. This was due to a weakened demand, largely attributed to a huge decline in oil consumption in China. According to IMF's World Economic Outlook Update, July 2023, crude oil prices are projected to fall from an average of $96.4 a barrel to $73.1 a barrel in 2023. However, gold and cocoa prices have performed better than anticipated. Mr. Speaker, on the domestic front, global development severely impacted the domestic economy. The performance of key indicators in 2022 as follows. Overall, real GDP growth declined from 5.1% in 2021 to 3.1% in 2022. This was lower than the 3.5% projected for the year. Non-oil GDP growth declined over the period, recording a growth of 3.8% compared to 6.6% recorded in 2021. Headline inflation accelerated consecutively from 13.9% in January to 29.8% in June and to a peak of 54% in December 2022, following the sharp currency depreciation and surge in commodity prices. Interest rates broadly trended upwards across the spectrum of the yield curve, consistent with the tightening policy stance. The 91-day and 182-day Treasury bill rates increased to 35.48% and 36.23% respectively in December 2022, from 12.49% and 13.19% respectively in the same period 2021. Cumulatively, the Ghana cedi depreciated by 30.0%, 21.2%, and 25.3% against the US dollar, the pound sterling, and the euro, respectively. This, compared with an appreciation of 3.5% against the euro and a depreciation of 4.1% and 3.1% against the US dollar and the pound, respectively, in 2021. And gross international reserves declined by 3.457 billion US dollars to 6.238 billion US dollars to 2.7 months of import cover. Mr. Speaker, on the fiscal front, there were several key developments in 2022. Government sought to, among others, strengthen its fiscal consolidation program, which commenced in 2021. The objective was to gradually return to the Fiscal Responsibility Act thresholds of a fiscal deficit of no more than 5% of GDP. The strategy included pursuing a strong revenue-led consolidation to complement expenditure rationalization measures. However, owing to the several factors, government fiscal policy suffered major setbacks from both external and domestic shocks. Mr. Speaker, before discussing the 2022 fiscal outturns, we would like to note that the fiscal anchor in the context of the IMF-supported PCPEC is the primary balance on commitment basis. To align with this requirement, government therefore had indicated in paragraph 210 of the 2023 budget statement that the fiscal accounts will henceforth be reported on commitment basis, thereby taking into account outstanding unpaid commitments of government. Mr. Speaker, the assessment on commitment basis promotes transparency, enables a real-time monitoring of government's fiscal performance, and provides a real-time review on the payables. That's helping to prevent while reducing the accumulation of arrears. This information is also essential for the public to get a comprehensive view of the bold fiscal policies to restore fiscal and debt sustainability in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, with this context, the provisional data on government's fiscal operations for 2022 indicate that 1. Total revenue and grants for the period amounted to 96.65 billion, compared with the mid-year review target of 96.84 billion and the projected outturn of 98.08 billion. And on the other hand, total expenditures on commitment basis amounted to 165.06 billion Ghana cedis, compared to the mid-year target of 133.84 billion and the projected outturn of 159.01 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, the higher expenditure together with the lower revenue outturn resulted in an overall budget deficit on commitment basis of 72.19 billion, 11.8% of GDP, compared to the 2022 mid-year review target of 37 billion, 6.3% of GDP, and the projected outturn of 60.9 billion, 9.9% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, the corresponding primary balance on commitment basis for the period was a deficit of 26.51 billion, 4.3% of GDP, compared to the 2022 mid-year review target of a deficit of 4.36 billion, 0.7% of GDP, and the projected outturn of a deficit of 16.92 billion, 2.7% of GDP. Petroleum for 2022. Mr. Speaker, total petroleum receipts, proceeds from liftings and other petroleum receipts, as of December 2022, amounted to 1.43 billion. The amount comprises receipts from the 63rd to the 68th liftings from the Jubilee field, the 20th and 21st liftings from the 10 fields, and the 9th and 10th and 11th liftings from the Sankofa Jinyami field. In addition to the total receipts for the year under review, petroleum receipts that spilled over from 2021 to 2022 was $14.82 million, bringing the total amount distributed to $1.44 billion. This compares with the amount distributed of $808.6 million for the same period in 2021. A total of $581.5 million was transferred into the Ghana Petroleum Funds in 2022, compared to $227 million in 2021. Out of the amount transferred, the Ghana Heritage Fund received $174 million against $68 million in 2021, while the Ghana Stabilization Fund received $407.06 million compared to $159.24 million in 2021. The total amount transferred in 2022 from petroleum liftings and related proceeds to the annual budget was $526.31 million compared to $352.79 million in 2021. Mr. Speaker, on public debt developments, as at end December 2022, Ghana's central government debt and guaranteed debt in nominal terms stood provisionally at $435.3 billion, up from $351.8 billion at end 2021, representing an increase of 23.7%. Using the revised GDP released by the Ghana Statistical Services in April 2023, the debt to GDP ratio as at end 2022 stood at 71.3%. Mr. Speaker, the composition of the total debt stock was made up of provisional amount of $240.9 billion, equivalent to 39.5% of GDP, and $194.4 billion, equivalent to 31.8% of GDP, for external and domestic debt, respectively. Mr. Speaker, I now proceed to update the House on the performance of the economy since January 2023 and the reason why there's a consensus that we are indeed turning the corner. Available data indicates that overall first quarter growth for 2023 was 4.2%, up from 3% recorded for the same period in 2022. This growth, Mr. Speaker, largely reflected an increase in the services sector, which recorded a growth of 10.1%. Headline inflation eased in the first half of 2023 from the peak of 54.1% in December 2022. Headline inflation gradually trended downwards from 53.6% in January 2023 to 42.5% in June 2023. The moderation in inflation was largely supported by monetary policy tightening, relative stability in the exchange rate, and lower and stable export petroleum prices. Cumulatively, appreciated by 22.1% against the US dollar in the year to July 17, 2023, compared to 21.1% in the same period in 2022. The CD, excluding the January 2023 depreciation of 20%, has appreciated by an impressive 1.8% between February and January 17, 2023. Total export receipts, Mr. Speaker, fell by 7.9% to $8.2 billion on the back of lower crude oil export receipts. Crude oil exports declined by 41.3% year-on-year due to a 4% decline in volumes and 25.3% fall in prices. Current account recorded a provisional surplus of $849 million compared with a deficit of $1.1 billion for the same period, 2022. And gross international reserves dropped from $6.2 billion at the end of December 2022 to $5.3 billion, 2.5 million in June 2023, reflecting BOGs reducing their foreign liabilities in line with the IMF program. Net international reserves received a boost from gold reserves and improved to $2.3 billion to 1.1 months of import cover compared to $1.4 billion or 0.6 months of import cover recorded at the end of December 2022. Mr. Speaker, on banking developments and the outlook, the banking sector posted unexpected, relatively strong performance during the first half of the year. Despite the lingering effects of the DDEP, the banks have reported increased deposits and investments, higher profitability, and return on equity of over 35%. The impact of the DDEP, such as the increase in non-performing, partly moderated by the timely introduction of temporary regulatory reliefs. In the outlook, the operationalization of the $750 million Ghana Financial Stability Fund and the planned recapitalization of banks would ensure stability as well as strengthen financial intermediation to support the private sector. Mr. Speaker, the provincial data on government fiscal operation for the first half of 2023 indicate: 1. A slower pace in expenditure execution relative to revenue shortfall, resulting in an overall budget deficit on commitment basis of 6.3 billion Ghana cedis, 0.8% of GDP, compared to the 2023 half-year budget deficit targets of 28.3 billion or 3.5% of GDP. A corresponding primary balance on commitment basis of a surplus, Mr. Speaker, of 8.8 billion Ghana cedis, 1.1% of GDP, compared to the target of a surplus of 310 million Ghana cedis. Overall cash deficit of 10.3 billion, 1.3% of GDP, against the 2023 half-year budget target of 35.4 billion, 4.4% of GDP, and a corresponding primary balance on cash basis of a surplus of 4.8 billion, 0.6% of GDP, against the 2023 half-year deficit target of 6.9 billion or 0.9% of GDP. We are back on track to a positive primary balance. Mr. Speaker, the fiscal balances are driven by total revenue and grants for the first half of 2021 billion, 8.4% below the target of 64.7 billion. Despite the shortfall, the outturn shows a nominal year-on-year growth of 41.8%. The key driver of revenue deviation is a lower than programmed oil receipts and total expenditure of 68.5 billion. 26.3% below the program expenditure of 92.9 billion. All other expenditure lines were contained within their respective targets for the period, except for compensation of employees and expenditure on goods and services. The higher than program compensation of employees outturn stems from higher payments for wage and salaries from the implementation of the 30% base pay increase for public sector workers, which was agreed to after the 2023 budget was presented and approved by this August House last year. We needed, Mr. Speaker, to protect our workers. Mr. Speaker, government introduced several revenue measures to support the fiscal consolidation and growth agenda. The policy interventions were specifically targeted at growing the revenue base to yield an estimated 1.35% of GDP. The Ministry of Finance and GRA are working together to ensure the realization of the full yield in the near future through enhanced collection efforts, governance, and EVAT implementation. Mr. Speaker, arising from the DDEP, several structural changes have commenced in the reporting of Ghana's debt data. The debt from the special purpose vehicles, which previously was not part of the central government debt, has now been included. Furthermore, we'll be including the long-term debt of selected SOEs such as Cocoa Board and contingent liabilities arising from the IPPs, PPAs, and financial sector recapitalization. Mr. Speaker, the macroeconomic environment has changed significantly since the 2023 budget was presented to this House in November 2022. Mr. Speaker, although pressure still exists and there are formidable risks in the horizon, our economy is in a better position than it was 7 months ago, as the macroeconomic environment has seen relative stability since the beginning of the year. This is largely explained by factors including the positive sentiments following the staff-level agreement reached in December 2022, $3 billion IMF ECF program, the eventual passage of all fiscal measures in the 2023 budget by the House, and the completion of the DDEP program, and China's agreement to co-chair the OECD. I have also discussed the significant improvements in the key macroeconomic indicators, including inflation, exchange rate, interest rates, reserve position, growth rate, and the performance of the bank since 2022. Mr. Speaker, all these developments, together with the need to align with the targets of the IMF-supported PC-PEC program, warrant a division to the macroeconomic framework. This was necessary because the framework was guided by the September 2022 data that underpinned the 2023 budget in November 2022. The revisions to the macro-fiscal framework generally seek to align the 2023 mid-year fiscal review with the IMF ECF-supported PC-PEC program. Mr. Speaker, key revisions to the macro-fiscal target for 2023 year include: 1. Overall real GDP growth rate of 1.5% down from 2.8%. Non-oil revenue GDP growth rate of 1.5% down from 3%. End period headline inflation of 31.3% from 18.9%. Primary balance on commitment basis of a deficit of 0.5% of GDP compared to a surplus of 0.7% of GDP, aligning with IMF-supported primary balances. Gross international reserves sufficient to cover at least 0.8 months of imports of goods and service by 2023. Mr. Speaker, revisions to GDP projections. The overall real GDP growth for 2023 has been revised to 1.5% from 2.8%, and non-oil real GDP growth has also been revised to 1.5% from 3%. The downward revision in projected growth for 2023 is an indication of a broad slowdown in the three sectors of the economy as a result of factors such as the fiscal consolidation plan and difficult global conditions. Mr. Speaker, overall GDP growth is, however, projected to rebound to 2.8%, 4.7%, and 4.9% in 2024, 25, and 26, respectively. This is the result of implementation of growth-oriented and structural transformation strategies in the PCPEC. We have, however, been charged in the PCPEC to develop an enhanced growth strategy supported by crowding in of private domestic investment to further boost growth. We are confident of a private sector outlook to boost growth and jobs. Mr. Speaker, the 2023 revised fiscal framework is now fully aligned with the IMF program fiscal objectives in terms of primary balance, cash and commitment, revenue path, and the trajectory of primary expenditures. The drivers of the revisions to 2023 fiscal framework includes fiscal developments for January to June 2023 reflecting shortfalls in revenues and lower spending, increase in base pay on single spine salary structure of 30% compared to the assumed 20% for the 2023 budget, partial restoration of cap transfers to the NHIS and GET Fund, the impact of the completed DDEP on debt service costs as well as on revenue mobilization, IMF ECF program disbursement for 2023 of $1.2 billion and reflection of other catalytic financing, including the World Bank's US $530 million, a DPO of $300 million, and emergency projects of $233 million, and expected disbursement of $103 million from the AFDB. Revision in exchange rates, interest rates, crude oil prices, crude oil volumes, and GDP projections, and the need to align 2023 mid-year review to the approved IMF project-supported PCPEC. These realignments, Mr. Speaker, in the 2023 fiscal framework results in a revised primary balance on commitment basis of a deficit of 0.5% of the revised GDP. This is an adjustment of 3.2% from the 3.5% of GDP, lower than the initial target of a surplus of 0.7% of GDP set in the 2023 budget. This aligns with the IMF-supported PCPEC fiscal consolidation path. Mr. Speaker, at the time of presenting the 2023 budget, benchmark revenue crude oil prices was $88.5 per barrel, was used to project petroleum revenue for 2023 in line with provisions of the Petroleum Revenue Management Act. As amended, recent global economic developments had led to a decreased demand for crude oil. Therefore, consistent with Section 7 of the Petroleum Revenue Management Act, the average crude oil price has been revised to $74 per barrel, down from the price of $88.55 per barrel used in the 2023 budget. Accordingly, the total petroleum receipts have been revised downwards from $1.48 billion to $1.008 billion, representing a 32% decline. Mr. Speaker, in the 2023 budget, government outlined a series of measures to mitigate the impact of the severe economic challenges and also to preserve growth. These include the implementation of flagship programs such as the One District, One Factory, Planting for Food and Jobs, Phase 2, Strategic Anchor Industries, Infrastructure Poverty Eradication and Program, IPEP, Ghana Cares, U-Start, Agenda 111, among others. Mr. Speaker, within the context of our IMF-backed PCPEC, these interventions assume greater significance in promoting growth and medium-term fiscal consolidation. In addition, as stated earlier, we are pursuing a social protection agenda to mitigate the impact of adjustment on the vulnerable. Mr. Speaker, in line with government's unwavering commitment to industrialization, the implementation of the flagship One District, One Factory initiative is on course. As of June 2023, 126 factories were operational nationwide, Over 160,000 direct and indirect jobs have been created, especially for the youth who have been mobilized to establish agro-processing factories in 58 districts. Mr. Speaker, government initiated Agenda 111 infrastructure deficits in the health sector and improve healthcare outcomes in the country post-COVID-19. As of May 2023, total payments under the program stood at $189 million with 83 active projects on site in all 16 regions of the country. Mr. Speaker, Planting for Foods and Jobs has brought substantial improvements in Ghana's agriculture sector. This has resulted in increased food security, employment along agricultural value chains, and accessibility of raw materials for developing industries. The program has directly contributed to increased crop yields for major food staples such as maize, rice, and soya by 135%, 67%, and 18% respectively within the period. After a comprehensive review, government is finalizing PFJ Phase 2 to ensure a more efficient and targeted support for the agricultural sector. The key elements of Phase 2 are inputs credit systems, storage and distribution infrastructure, commodity trading, and digitized platforms. Mr. Speaker, I can also report that efforts towards promoting commercial agriculture, building technological capability, and advancing digitalization under the Ghana Cares program are on track. Last year, I indicated the government is spearheading the Economic Enclaves project to establish growth poles in key locations including Kasunya, Greater Accra, Kumawu, Ashanti, and Banda in OT regions. The approach under the EEP is to provide structure and land development support to entrepreneurial youth and the private sector. Mr. Speaker, to enhance production and value addition in the enclaves, the provision of ancillary services such as housing, training, facilities, irrigation, canals, farm roads, and electricity have also commenced. Mr. Speaker, it is gratifying to note that the domestic private sector has responded positively to the provision of these services. About 10 medium and large-scale entrepreneurs with experience in the commercial agriculture space have applied to play diverse roles ranging from anchor farmers to machine and equipment services in the EEP site in Kasunya. Mr. Speaker, in partnership with the National Service Scheme, about 20,000 acres of land in Sechire Kumawu in the Ashanti region is being developed to accelerate maize, tomato, groundnuts, and animal production. Mr. Speaker, government expects that by end 2023, the DEP will have fully seeded some 7,500 acres of rice onboarded qualified private sector entrepreneurs as anchor farmers embarked on value chain activities such as rice milling and packaging in Kasunya, and developed and seeded 1,500 acres of lands in Kumawu and Banda, respectively, and also engaged private sector partners in these enclaves. With these efforts, Mr. Speaker, we expect to gradually drive down the food component of inflation, create jobs for our youth, improve food security, and reduce the volatility of the forest market. USTA, Mr. Speaker, to equip participants with entrepreneurial skills, investment readiness tools, as well as coaching and mentoring services under the USTA initiative, 26,626 persons nationwide have received business advisory support services since its launch last year. We'll continue to work with participating financial institutions, National Entrepreneurship and Innovations Program, and Ghana Enterprises Agency to provide soft loans and managerial skills for the setting up of youth-led enterprises. Mr. Speaker, the National Entrepreneurship and Innovation Program with support from the Ghana Economic Transformation Project launched the HUBS Acceleration Grant Program in April of this year. The program has supported 30 business and innovation hubs with grants to resource startups in communities nationwide. Each hub has received up to $180,000 and is required to resource 20 startups. In the second half of the year, 50 new startups will be supported to set up across the country. Mr. Speaker, to make Ghana the tourism hub for the West Africa region, the domestic and regional tourism campaign.
Honorable Minister, kindly take a sip of water while Mr. Speaker takes back the chair.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to make Ghana the tourism hub for the West Africa region, the domestic and regional tourism campaign dubbed Experience Ghana, Share Ghana was intensified across the country by government. Our goal is to complement this campaign. The Kwame Nkrumah Memorial Park, which was redeveloped and modernized with support from the World Bank and other development partners, was commissioned by President Akufo-Addo on 4th July 2023. The redeveloped park will boost domestic and heritage tourism and is expected, Mr. Speaker, to attract over 1 million tourists annually. Government will continue with the redevelopment of Aburi Botanical Gardens, Salaga and Picora slavery camps, and Yad Santua Mausoleum to boost domestic tourism. Furthermore, in partnership with the Ghana Museums and Monuments Board, efforts will continue to renovate selected ports, castles, and museums across the country. Mr. Speaker, government will work closely with the private sector to improve key tourist sites and events as part of the Beyond the Year of Return initiative. We have made considerable progress towards achieving 1.2 million visitors for 2023, with 150,000 jobs along the value chain, and 2 million foreign visitors, and 1.5 million in the domestic tourism by 2025. Mr. Speaker, to improve mobility and accessibility, as well as safety along major trunk roads, the following projects are at various stages of completion. Work on 31.2 kilometers Asim-Fosu-Asim-Praso portion of the National Trunk Road N8 was completed and commissioned in June 2023. Accra-Tema Beach Road, Lot 1 and Lot 2, 79 and 89% complete respectively. Construction of a 3-tier interchange at Nungwa Barrier is ongoing. Development works on the Kumasi Lake Road and drainage extension project 98% complete. Selected roads in Sekondi and Takoradi Phase 1 is a fifth of the way complete. Tema Flower Road is 30%. In Samao Fanko, 26%. Reconstruction of Bechimen, Techimentia, Akumadan Road, 64% complete. Reconstruction of Aguna and Kota in Kwanta, Takwa Road, 34% complete. Phase 2 of Obechabidi, Lamte Circle Interchange and other ancillary works, 86% complete. Construction of a 4-tier interchange at Swami in the Asanchi region to commence. Construction of 50 prefabricated bridges in all 16 regions and continued in 2023 are 86% complete. Design, fabrication, and delivery of 87 steel panel bridges is ongoing, with 45 bridges delivered. New bridges under construction at Trifu-Praso to separate vehicular traffic from the railway line is 93% complete. Government will embark on a community roads improvement program to increase productivity and facilitate the transportation of food crops. District assemblies will be given complementary equipment to ensure that their local roads are motorable throughout the year. Mr. Speaker, this notwithstanding, government remains committed to improving road infrastructure in line with the fiscal consolidation plan in the IMF-backed PCPEC program and in partnership with the private sector. Mr. Speaker, the road sector's public-private partnership program for the financing, construction, and management of road infrastructure has 2 projects at different stages of preparation. Phase 1 of the Accra-Tema motorway extension project, 31.7 kilometers, involves the reconstruction of the motorway. The concession agreement and draft engineering, procurement, and construction agreement have been finalized and will be laid in this House. The development of 10 arterial roads will be structured, operate, and transfer model. The appraisal of the project. Mr. Speaker, Phase 1 of the Anomabo Fisheries College project is complete, and enrollment and training of students will commence by end of the year. As part of efforts to prevent diversion and hoarding of premixed fuel, which results in acute shortages, 37 out of a target of 50 premixed automated vending machines were installed in various landing beaches at Elmina, Choco, and Nungwa, among others. Government will install the remaining 13 automated vending machines by end of the year beaches across the country. Government has also piloted the use of electronic monitoring systems on trawlers to help check illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing practices. Mr. Speaker, under the Infrastructure for Poverty Eradication Program, government continues to embark on strategic investments across our communities nationwide in line with fiscal consolidation plan through the development authorities. Approximately 340 projects have been completed and accordingly handed out to the beneficiary communities. The remaining 297 projects are at different stages of development, of completion. Mr. Speaker, as part of our efforts to take full advantage of AFCFTA, government has established an export trade house in Nairobi, Kenya, to promote made in Ghana products and services. We have also undertaken a marketing expansion expedition to Kenya with 63 Ghanaian companies to introduce them to the East African market. Government has also facilitated the issuance of AFCFTA certificates of origin to 51 Ghanaian companies and businesses covering 300 product lines, indicating eligibility to be traded under AFCFTA. Mr. Speaker, government remains committed to promoting access to competitive financing for the private sector. Over the course of the past 5 years, government has established and recapitalized critical institutions that are able to provide financial intermediation to the private sector. These institutions include Fiscal, Development Bank of Ghana, Consolidated Bank of Ghana, the Exchange, the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund, and the Venture Capital Trust Fund. Mr. Speaker, as the economy recovers, we need to support these critical institutions to deepen their interaction with private sector to spur growth and create more jobs. Government will place emphasis on supporting DBG capital raising to US $1 billion mark in the medium term and disbursing about $1 billion Ghana cedis in loans from the current 450 million by end of the year. DBG and Fiscal to provide partial credit guarantees that will reduce risk and attract more private sector actors to expand agricultural operations. Operationalizing an equity fund in partnership with other private sector investors to augment existing capital for SMEs by DBG. And supporting GIF to execute commercially sustainable infrastructure construction solutions, including the Agenda 111 hospitals, Accra to Emma Expressway project, and affordable university hostel accommodation. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Nuclear Power Program has made significant policy progress towards the development of Ghana's first nuclear power plant. Government has shortlisted vendor companies and countries to identify the economical and resilient nuclear power technology for Ghana as a source of clean and sustainable energy and other peaceful purposes. Mr. Speaker, total oil production from all the producing assets within Ghana was approximately 18.5 million barrels from January to May 2023. This translates to an average production of 122,000 barrels per day. Total gas exports to the gas processing plant at Atuobo and the onshore receiving facility at Zanzule within the same
Honorable Minister, Just a minute. Just a minute. Honorable members, having regard to the state of business of the House, I direct that sittings be held outside a prescribed period. I so direct. Minister, you may continue.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the cash waterfall mechanism and the natural gas clearing have been used to equitably distribute revenues in the sector. Under the updated ESRP, the cash waterfall mechanism is being reformed to ensure mandatory compliance to provide cash flow predictability to key players, IPPs and state energy entities within the energy sector. To address the impact of excess capacity payments on the economy, government has sustained collaborative engagement of IPPs. Currently, IPPs are being engaged to restructure their accrued outstanding balances and eliminate payment shortfalls and arrears accrual in the sector. The gas sales agreement between VRA and NGAS has been renegotiated to reduce the take-or-pay commitment and other financial obligations to the state. Mr. Speaker, the World Bank estimates that climate change could cost Ghana approximately 1.7% of GDP annually by 2030 if left unaddressed. Cognizant of this assessment, government is working to secure carbon financing to support its nationally determined contributions and meet its commitment under the Paris Agreement. This will drive foreign direct green investments to benefit local businesses. Mr. Speaker, as part of our efforts to address loss and damage from climate change, Ghana, as one of the first Pathfinder countries, launched the in-country process for Ghana's participation in the Global Shield Against Climate Risk and the Global Risk Modeling Alliance. These initiatives will enable us to assess quantitatively our climate risk, design solutions informed by the data, and facilitate access to resources from the Global Shield. Mr. Speaker, government in partnership with the Green Climate Fund has established the Ghana Shear Landscape Emission Reduction Project at an estimated cost of $54.5 million. The project will focus on the shear landscape and will address the country's efforts to reduce emissions from deforestation and forest degradation. Additionally, government is implementing the Ghana Cocoa Forest RED program, which covers 5.9 million hectares, 79% of reserves, 21% on reserves. The program will benefit 12 million urban and rural residents. Ghana has become the second country in Africa after Mozambique to receive RED class payments in January 2023. Under the leadership of the President, Mr. Speaker, we are transforming the Climate Vulnerable Forum and V20 into permanent intergovernmental organizations. The aim is to champion principally a fair share agenda to ensure appropriate financing for adaptation, mitigation, and loss and damage, whilst leveraging our natural resources to raise carbon financing for accelerated climate action and to ensure that the 1.5 degrees Celsius temperature threshold is not breached. The President, Mr. Speaker, currently chairs the Climate Vulnerable Forum, while the Finance Minister chairs the V20 group of finance ministers. This is an organization of 58 countries with a population of 1.5 in the most affected regions of the world. Mr. Speaker, government continues to sustain social protection programs to protect the poor and the vulnerable. The half-year performance of the identified programs are provided below. Under the LEAP program, government disbursed a total of 169.95 million as of June 2023 to 346,000 households comprising 1.5 million individuals. This includes the increase of the monthly grant to beneficial households from 32 cedis to 64 cedis for one-member household and 38 cedis to 76 for two-member households. Our target under this program period is to reach about 8% of the population, i.e. 2.5 million people. Under the Ghana School Feeding Program, coverage increased considerably from the 1.67 million beneficiaries in 2016 to 3.8 million beneficiaries by 2023. The feeding grants cost per meal, per child, per day increased from 1 cedi to 120 cedis, 1 cedi 20 pesos for the 2023 academic year. We have also settled all arrears owed to caterers under the program for the second and third terms of the 2022 academic year and the first term of the 2023 academic year. The capitation grants contributed to increased enrollment in public basic schools from 6,048,897 pupils for the 2021-2022 academic year to 6,114,302 pupils for the 2022-2023 academic year. Under the free senior high school, technical and vocational education and training free TVET programs, a total of 447,396 first-year students enrolled during the 2022-2023 academic year to bring the total number of free senior high school TVET beneficiaries to 1,318,035 students. Government continued with the construction of 9 state-of-the-art TVET centers to offer modern facilities and equipment, enable effective skills training, and empower young people with the relevant skills required for employment and entrepreneurship. Under complementary education for underprivileged groups, including out-of-school children, government commenced the implementation of Cycle 8 of the Complementary Basic Education Program in February 2023 with a total enrollment of 5,000 learners as at end 2023. Mr. Speaker, the PCPEG government program is implementing with the support of the IMF ECF facility requires strong fiscal consolidation. This will enable us quickly re-establish macroeconomic stability and debt sustainability. These are necessary preconditions for long-term economic growth, job creation, and rapid transformation. A key pillar of the PCPEG is the focus on inclusive growth. Our renewed push for growth is informed by the usual experience that fiscal consolidation tends to have negative impact on growth. For the medium term, we are targeting revised economic growth rates of 1.5%, 2.8%, and 4.7% for 2025. Mr. Speaker, we need to be deliberate and strategic in our actions if we are to exceed our post-COVID-19 strong economic growth, which averaged 7% compared to the 4.5% and 2.6% in lower middle income countries and sub-Saharan Africa. With the economy showing signs of stabilization, government intends to pursue a growth agenda that is fully aligned with the 2028 timeline for returning to a path of debt sustainability. Mr. Speaker, given the limited fiscal space as well as our determination not to accumulate new arrears, our growth agenda will be mainly financed from domestic and external private sector investments as well as a rationalization of ongoing programs. The approach is to prioritize existing programs that are critical for growth and can be implemented to deliver quick results without huge demands on the available budgetary resources. Ultimately, we will aggressively encourage the private sector under the Ghana Mutual Prosperity Dialogue framework to promote shared growth anchored on job creation, food security, exports, and import substitution. Towards this objective, government expects to finalize a growth strategy in August 2023, an enhanced growth strategy that is. Mr. Speaker, the key elements of the enhanced growth strategy include accelerating, scaling up and aggregation in agriculture and value addition for key staples such as soya and tomatoes, supporting industrial parks and economic zones that promote innovation and positive spillovers and efficiency for key sectors such as the automotive, pharmaceutical, technology, textiles, and garment industry, promoting tourism to attract international and domestic tourists to boost incomes and create jobs, deepening the digitalization of public service to promote efficiency in service delivery and protecting the public purse, expanding housing delivery programs to improve access to jobs and accommodation, and deepening financial intermediation programs to enhance inclusion and entrepreneurship. Mr. Speaker, preparing this 2023 mid-year budget, we have held extensive engagements with Cabinet and with also diverse stakeholders, including organized labor, employer associations, AGI, Ghana Union of Traders, GUTA, Peasant Farmers Association, civil society organizations, Chamber of Mines, think tanks, African Leadership Institute for West Africa, the academia, faith-based organizations, the investor community, Council of State, National Development Planning Commission, Chief Directors, PPME, Directorates of MDAs, Chief Executive of all Metropolitan, Municipal, and Industrial Assemblies, and many, many others. In all of these meetings, as Speaker, stakeholders provided insights into issues such as widening the tax net, SOE governance, expenditure controls, optimizing extractive industry contributions, providing increased and targeted support to agriculture and industry, revamping ports operations and customs duties, as well as growing and changing the structure of the economy. Mr. Speaker, this feedback has been illuminating and well received. The faith-based organization, for example, agreed to form a committee to educate their congregation on their responsibilities to paying taxes. We will continue to engage to find mutually acceptable solutions as we prepare the 2024 budget statement in November 2023. Mr. Speaker, our engagement with the private sector was more about how to manage the economic crisis that befell us. The result is that we are seeing today, we have indeed turned the corner. The crisis is behind us. There is greater certainty and predictability in the economy now than was the case previously. Businesses can plan better. The task ahead of us now is how to get businesses to do better. Starting from August and as part of preparations for the 2024 budget, the ministry, together with other relevant sector ministries and agencies, will be hosting a series of strategic engagements with various industries to help us tailor government interventions to their specific needs. There is a big opportunity for us as a country to rebuild our economy, to be more resilient and vibrant than before, and to have the capacity to deliver more for the masses. This is the focus of government now, and with the help of this House and the support of the nation and the guidance of the Almighty, we know we will get there. Mr. Speaker, last Friday, I had a singular privilege to be invited to participate in the joint Parliament. Indeed, the meeting effectively reflected the theme of the 2023 carbon budget. Mr. Speaker, it was a pleasant and intimate experience. I appreciated the opportunity to engage and receive valuable feedback from the honorable members. I want to thank the leadership of the House for that opportunity and the shared agency which was exhibited to transform our economy. Mr. Speaker, I'll be the first to admit that it has been an extraordinarily difficult year for our country and our citizens. Whilst most countries are still going through difficulties due to what is happening globally, our economic crisis also emanates from fundamental and systemic weaknesses that we must boldly confront. These include our low revenue to GDP ratio, our high demand and dependence on imports, including food products that can easily be produced here, our inefficient power management, lack of robust expenditure and commitment control systems, the numerous statutory funds of expenditure and economic governance, and weak SOE governance. Mr. Speaker, what I have outlined today begins a strong effort on the part of government to address these issues. Most of the structural reforms we proposed in the PCPEC, which we secured an IMF program, are geared towards addressing these fundamental issues. In the next 15 months, there will be renewed efforts to undertake the necessary reforms and implement very critical measures. Mr. Speaker, I want to once again acknowledge the sacrifice that our people have made, especially in the rollout of the DDP, and governments sincerely appreciate all these sacrifices. We are, Mr. Speaker, a resilient people, but we must be resolute if we are to get our community across the Jordan. On our part, we will ensure that we implement systems to enhance revenue collection through compliance measures to bring public finances back to a sustainable path while growing the real sector of the economy, especially agriculture. Implement the necessary structural reforms to strengthen expenditure commitment control, avoid arrears accumulation, and protect the public purse. Strengthen SOE governance, review statutory funds, and ensure improved alignment of key priorities, address the energy sector challenges, and implement the accelerated community roads improvement phase 2 to expand motorability and improve roads nationwide. Mr. Speaker, while concluding the 2023 budget statement in November 2022 in this House, I did emphasize that our unity in Kabom will be vital in confronting the daunting challenges facing our nation. Mr. Speaker, today I provided updates to demonstrate that we have delivered on these critical areas. We thank fellow Ghanaians and partners for their invaluable support and sacrifices. Our economy is showing signs of stabilization, and we are deeply grateful for the abiding grace of God, which has been more than sufficient to enable us to turn this corner. By being hopeful, speaking the same language of productivity, growth, and working closely together, we are securing our own collective success. Mr. Speaker, the implementation of ongoing fiscal adjustment and sustained investment in our people have contributed immensely to the stabilization we are seeing in the economy. Exchange rate has stabilized, inflation has softened, and interest rates have declined since 2022, and private investments have been announced due to increased investor confidence in our economy. Ordinarily, these positive trends should ease the burden on our pockets. As a finance minister and a family man myself, I'll continue to work hard to build and sustain a favorable macroeconomic environment and remain confident that the prices of goods and services will reflect the trend for all of us, for all our families and enterprises to enjoy. Mr. Speaker, we must all work together. Regulators, market federations, unions, individuals, and play our part to ensure consumers are treated fairly to complete the turnaround. This mid-year fiscal policy review has outlined a strategy for realigning our program to sustain our progress to stability. We have not asked, Mr. Speaker, for additional funding. We have not asked for new tax measures. We have committed to stay within appropriation and be even more efficient in mobilizing resources and managing expenditure. Mr. Speaker, we have indicated that we are focused on structural reforms to address systemic weaknesses and strengthen resilience in key areas, including revenue mobilization, expenditure management, commitment control, and arrears clearance, our debt management, financial stability, as well as energy and cocoa sector SOE reformation. Rejuvenating the growth agenda of a prioritized growth strategy which emphasizes private sector-led investment in areas such as agriculture, local manufacturing, tourism, and digital transformation. The phase 2 of the Food for Jobs program, aquaculture, U-Start, Economic Enclaves Project, 1D1F, and Tech Hubs will be integral to this growth strategy. We will strengthen the ecosystem of financial services to enhance the catalytic role of Development Bank of Ghana, CBG, GCX, GESEL, Ghana SM, GIF, and Venture Capital Trust Fund. Launching the Mutual Prosperity Dialogue Framework to enhance the ease of doing business and crowd in significant private sector, domestic and foreign investment, first from existing companies and also a global search for new entrants. And also, Mr. Speaker, safeguarding social protection for the vulnerable. Mr. Speaker, intermediate results from our collective efforts and our resources, especially our people, indicate that we will indeed succeed. Beyond these current challenges, our economic prospects remain bright, but we must adapt quickly and address unexpected challenges ahead in order to rebuild our resilience. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, I'd like to bring our attention to several critical imperatives that require our immediate and collective action. The energy sector, especially IPP power payments, remain a critical challenge. We must support the ECG to significantly improve its collection to reduce the burden the sector imposes on public finances. I'm pleased, Mr. Speaker, to announce that we have an updated energy sector recovery plan, and we must all support its implementation to bring the sector towards a sustainable path. Mr. Speaker, expenditure control has become more important to ensure that revenue shocks are efficiently managed, even as we address the systemic challenges through technology and capacity development. Government will work with state institutions to improve the sanctions outlined in the PFM Act, especially regarding off-budget commitments by MDAs. Improving non-oil domestic revenue collection cannot be overemphasized. In this vein, it is important to support the GRA to enhance collection and operationalize measures to strengthen revenue administration effort. To achieve ambitious non-oil revenue target in the PCPEC of 20% revenue to GDP, enhanced commitment is required. And completing the domestic debt operation is essential to restore debt sustainability and move forward our engagement with external creditors. Mr. Speaker, this mid-year review offers us an even better opportunity to jointly work towards entrenching stability for our economy. We must seize it, Mr. Speaker. We must claim now a successful first review of the fund in September. Let us continue, Mr. Speaker, to believe in the Ghana we own. Let us have the courage to be proud about what we can and have achieved. Let us be and think positively. Let us act patriotic and stand firm. With hard work, integrity, fraternity, and mutual respect, we will stabilize and transform our economy as well as build a righteous nation, one of peace, prosperity, and freedom today and into the future. As 1 Peter 1:10 exhorts us, let us use whatever gifts we have received to serve Ghana. As faithful stewards of God's grace, let us indeed be perfectly united in mind and thought and build this great republic as in Philippians 4:8. Mr. Speaker, we are all, including myself, Mr. Speaker, including myself, have indeed been battered and bruised and broken in this past year, but we as a country held our resolve. As a resilient nation, the battle has indeed always been the Lord's. As we sit today, let us use this moment to glorify Him, for He has, Mr. Speaker, rescued us. We have seen that He has recovered and restored some of our losses, and He has revived our economy. Mr. Speaker, we need to rejoice in fervent gratitude to the Lord. We must endeavor to continue to build this righteous republic, united in our resolve to transform our economy, for in speaking one language, and nothing will be impossible for us to achieve our manifest destiny of Ghana for greatness. Mr. Speaker, let me once again express my profound appreciation to this House and to all fellow Ghanaians for the support and cooperation towards stabilizing the economy. Let me assure you that the nation, under the steady hands of President Akufo-Addo, will pilot this ship of state, safety and growth. Right Honorable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to present the media fiscal review statement to this House, and I beg indeed to submit. May God continue to bless our homeland Ghana, make her great and strong. In Kunim Yeyenga Dia. Victory is ours for all of us together indeed. God bless our homeland Ghana and make it great and strong. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I so submit.
Honorable members, guided by the statement, particularly the business statement for the week, comments on the media review of the budget statement and economic policy of the government of Ghana for this year will commence tomorrow. Tomorrow, Tuesday, 1st August 2023. I'm informed the intention is for members to use 2 days, tomorrow and tomorrow next, to make comments on the media review. If leadership are minded to say something or to guide me further, please let me know. Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to guide you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have listened to our minister responsible for finance. Mr. Speaker, I listened to him attentively, and I've also had the opportunity to review the papers, the document that he gave to us. Mr. Speaker, he said that the performance so far shows that we have turned the corner. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the evidence and the numbers before us shows that he has rather deepened our woes. Mr. Speaker, I say this because he has said to us today that he is revising economic growth from 2.8% of GDP to 1.5% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, again, he said to us here and now that he has borrowed 5.5 billion Ghana cedis from January to June from the T-bill market. Mr. Speaker, not long ago, this same minister had informed us that he will not borrow at all in the year 2023, and that going into the remaining part of the year, he is going to borrow another 41 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, aside that, the cedi depreciation we are seeing so far is largely because he has defaulted in the payment of external interest and principal. Mr. Speaker, that is why the cedi has...
Honorable Leader, I think we will just have to... Leader, I think you are ready to fire on, so we can just start the comments now. We can start the comments now. Leadership, is that what the decision is?
Mr. Speaker, I'm only laying foundation. I'm only laying the foundation for the debate to start tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, I will move for the suspension of the House. But in doing so, let our minister not say this anywhere, that he has turned the corner. He has rather deepen our woes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, I take it that the motion has been moved. Any seconder? Well, that's the motion. I want to listen to leadership before I come to the minister. Minister, let me listen to Majority Leader. Yes.
The minister needed to table the presentation. That is what he just did.
I can't hear you.
I'm saying, after the presentation, the minister needed to table what presentation that he had done to the House, which is what he just did. Mr. Speaker,
he needed to do what?
Table the paper.
Table the statement.
The statement that he delivered after the event. He needed to leave the House with a copy. So he needed to lay it, which is what he just did. That's the point. The Speaker, I guess you educate.
Now you are introducing complications. If you are going to lay, is laying it as a paper, as what? Because it's a statement, and he did state that it was a statement in the terms of the Public Financial Management Act. Now, in that situation, do we lay it? Do we table it? If you lay it and you table it, what are the implications? Well, usually statements, we don't lay statements, we don't table them.
The Speaker, this is a very important statement on which we are going to comment. You cannot say that after he has read it, he should put it under his armpit and leave this house. With the greatest respect. He leaves a copy with us for purposes of reference. The Speaker, that is what it is. And that is why I'm saying that after he finished, the next thing was for him to have just presented the paper to us. The Speaker, that's all that I said.
Yes, I heard you, but you know that he did state clearly and call on the Hansard office to capture the entirety of the statement. That becomes public document. And I'm just looking at our practice so that we don't complicate matters. Yes, I see you itching to say something.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, even though in the beginning he called on the Hansard office to capture it, where did they go for the records to capture? If he doesn't lay it, there's really no basis for what they are going to capture. Because if you read a copy which some leaders got, it is obvious that he skipped some details. And so he needs to lay what is the original document that he was reading, but skipped some portions and left some details so that the Hansard office can capture the entire of it. So I do believe that even though it is a statement, that in this instance, he should actually lay the entire document so that it will be part of the records.
I understand the import of that. I'm looking at our practice and procedure. That's what I'm looking at. If it comes under Order 70, it's clear. If it is under Order 74, 75, then we know what to do. You know, those things are stated there. So I don't want people to leave here a bit confused about what next to be done. You want to clarify it? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, even though you ruled on the fact that this is a statement, I'm just going back to it, given the reference that he's going to lay it, and the question of whether it should be laid or not has risen. Mr. Speaker, I also heard you say we would debate it from tomorrow. We'll make comments. Oh, comments, not debate. Mr. Speaker, I suppose that laying it might not be necessary at all, because when statements are made, and we make comments, I have not seen one statement being made and then it's laid. It is a statement is made and then we comment on it. Nobody lays a statement. That's my thinking.
Well, yes, it's deficiency, but we'll correct it. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, this is a statement and government policy. I thought my honorable colleague and friend, who's been in this house for quite a while, will rather lead us onto the path of righteousness. Mr. Speaker, whenever reviews are made which do not include supplementary budgets, they are laid on the table for us. Mr. Speaker, as my colleague from Boku Central has indicated, it is not possible with such documents to read the entirety of the document. Certainly you may skip some. And if you don't even leave it, assume you even read everything, the Hansard department may not be able to capture everything. For purposes of doubly checking, assuming you even read everything, it's important that we have a copy with us to serve as a benchmark. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't see why we should be litigating this matter. It's by convention and practice. That is what we've been doing, with the greater respect. But having said so, Mr. Speaker, you asked for an indication. And my colleague, the minority leader, who at the very outset was indulging the finance minister to move a motion outside what is required to be done by the minister, now wants to begin his own debate. Again, outside the arrangement that we have made in this house. He was part of the business committee that agreed that we will stand the debate down, even though it's a statement, for at least 24 hours. For at least 24 hours. And he's trying to construct a very wobbly foundation. We'll not go into that. Mr. Speaker, the indication to you as you sought is that we take a suspension for now. And as we agreed last Friday, maybe for about 30 minutes, and come back to continue with the business of the day. Mr. Speaker, so if he moved a motion, I'm not too sure that he moved a motion because the time is past 2 o'clock. So we just wanted an indication from us. So I want to support the indication that eventually he gave, even though he was on the wrong course at the very outset. Mr. Speaker, the second stage of his submission is what I'm supporting. We take a suspension for 30 minutes and come back. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much.
Honorable members, yes, Honorable Cletus Avoka.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I think that we should distinguish between the statement that members make on the floor of this House and this mid-year fiscal policy review statement. That being so, this is a very, very official statement in respect of the government's economic policy for the mid-year. I think that for the avoidance of doubt, it will be prudent for us to lay it so that
it is prudent for us to lay the statement read by the minister, so that members can officially access it and then contribute to the debate. I would prefer that than, not today, not say today, yes, but I'm raising the issue, I'm contributing to the issue of whether it should be late or not, and not this the other way. So I will prevail upon you, Mr. Speaker, to lay the document, and then it will be assessed by this House so that we can do the debate, rather than treat it like any other ordinary statement that are passed through this House. Thank you. Honourable Member, a very senior member of this House, you are aware that media reviews used to be moved as motions and debated. That used to be the practice. They used to be moved as motions and debated by the House. 2016, you passed a new law, Public Financial Management Act, which changed the practice, and they are now presented as statements. Now, if you present it as a statement, it comes under Order 72. If you want to lay it, then you have to present it as a paper, and that comes under Order 75. So the procedures are different. And procedure for laying is that sufficient copies shall be submitted to the office of the clerk. On receipt of sufficient copies, the clerk will indicate that it be captured on the order paper. This is what is stated there. And it will have to be laid as papers for presentation, that is at the commencement of public business. But this one came under private business, which is what? Members, including ministers, statements, and that is under Order 72. That is why I said you need to clarify the situation. We are masters of our own rules, and so we are not bound to follow what we have. But definitely there should be some clarity. We should state a good precedent set, and then we can follow it tomorrow. Not to keep on changing whatever we do on this floor. That is why I raise it. Now, the sense of the House is that because of the importance attached to the statement, it should be laid.
So the finance minister is done presenting the media budget review. I mentioned two things that were going to happen. He's going to be late. Quotations going to be said. They have been done already. We're waiting for the minority to organize a press conference, which is also highly, to happen. And we're still in the studio with Dr. and Mr. Osabote, right. One thing that he mentioned was that they have revised GDP growth from 1.5% or from 2.8% to 1.5%. This was highly expected because we knew that it was not sort of achievable, the 2.8% GDP growth. Are you surprised that it was revised to 1.5%?
I'm not surprised at all, because some of us, when the budget was read in November, seeing the jump, we were like, no, this one cannot be achieved, because if you are seeking for IMF support and your ambition is to grow the economy within a year, looking at that percentage, there is no way you'll be able to achieve it. So I'm not surprised at all that with this review, government says that they can't achieve the 2.8%, rather they are looking at 1.5. That sounds more realistic. There is no ambiguity here. I think that is clear that even though the economy has started picking up,
right,
we are not there yet for us to be setting such high targets. Okay, and one thing that did also surprise me has to do with the revenue that we couldn't achieve. Because if you look at 2022, You know, the revised one was 98 billion, and they were able to make 96 billion, and that gives us a shortfall. Again, on the expenditure side, even though it was reviewed from 137 to 183, we ended up spending about 164 billion. So we extended the expenditure pattern, yet the revenue side was narrowed. So it tells you that 2022 wasn't a good year for us as a country. And I'm happy that the minister did acknowledge that we really went through tough times. But that is not to say that we are out of the woods yet. We are not. Because
we are stable now.
Oh, stability, yes, I would say yes, but we are still not out yet. Because what has contributed to this stability? You have 600 billion, 600 million from IMF, and that has shot up your foreign reserve, and that has also brought in some kind of stability. You have engaged in debt exchange, so the burden on you to pay has reduced. So you have the leverage you now spend beyond whatever you indicated spending. So no, we are not yet out there yet, but then we can still work things around. What I was a bit surprised had to do with the stabilization fund. You know, I indicated that I wanted to see some substantial amount that has been used in setting up the stabilization fund. Because 2022, we saw banks making huge losses, and that could be attributed to the domestic debt exchange. And then we are thinking of coming out with the second debt exchange. We are also looking at, bringing in the external creditors as well.
Right.
So if we have not yet established the stabilization...
Even the cocoa bill is also included.
Cocoa bill also coming on board. So if the stabilization fund has not yet been established, then we are bound to have difficulties in terms of the financial sector. So I'm looking forward to the fund coming on board very soon. Right. Yes, with the macroeconomic targets, I'm not surprised that we didn't achieve our target, because if you look at the GDP growth, we're way behind, even though we revised it. You look at the revenue from oil, we're behind. You know, look at the entire revenue generation system, and we couldn't achieve our target. Yet we had to spend more, and that tells you that we are even adding up to the debt. And 2023, we've been told that the international capital market is shut for good. For now, I wouldn't say for good, but for now we cannot go back to the international bond market to raise money. So we have turned to domestic borrowing, T-bills, and look at the way the interest rate is also going up. So the more interest rate you pay on the T-bills, then it means that you are adding to your debt.
Right.
So that area must also be looked at. But then we'll have time to really interrogate the statement.
Right.
Yeah.
Doc, we have barely 5 months to end the year. Today's media budget presentation looked like all of our targets that we set last year, we cannot meet it. I mean, particularly with the GDP growth, even with the 1.5% that has been stated. Do you think we can meet it by the end of the year?
Well, and let me first of all say that the IMF is truly in town.
This, you know that I wish I could show this to you. I was going to say, I said he should take us along, but I was going to say before the question came in that this, for me, is IMF-induced budget review. I mean, simply to put it. But I kindly go on.
Undoubtedly. So the big boys are in town. You know, in Parliament, you have the chief whips. All that they do is to carry cane, literally, if you want, and they move around and whip their members to do the things that they are supposed to do. So the big boys are in town, and everybody will do the right things. But you see, I will just say this, that if you look at the indicators as announced or presented in the mid-year review, and then you gloss over that and you say that we are doing well, we've done this, we've done that. It is highly unfortunate. How can you say we are doing well or we are getting back on course when your reserve cannot get you even a month of imports?
Unfortunately, Doug, I would have to stop you there, but we'll come back to you later. Let's go back to Parliament, where the minority leader, Fiscal Atoforsen, is addressing the press.
Yeah. That can never be the case. In fact, according to Adongo, he's not even close to the corner. What he has successfully done, indeed, is that he has deepened the woes of the ordinary Ghanaian. I say this for a simple reason, because of certain factors that the statement has outlined. First, he has revised economic growth from 2.8% of GDP to 1.5% of GDP. This clearly shows that the economy is contracting and it is declining, and obviously is going to affect jobs and the welfare of the ordinary Ghanaian. Remember that in the year 2022, the overall GDP growth was 2.2%. He announced it was 3.1%. He announced in the 2023 budget in November, when he appeared before us, that the economy is expected to grow at 2.8%. I had indicated to him that with all what is happening in the economy, there is no way Ghana's economy can grow at 2.8%. Today, and finally, the chicken has come home to be roasted. He has informed us that the economy is going down, and to the extent that GDP growth is going to be 1.5% by the end of the year 2023. Even this, I have my doubt. Because looking at all what is happening, if care is not taken, we will struggle to see economic growth at above 1%. As if that is not enough, our minister today informed us, and again in the 2023 budget that was read in November, he indicated that he's not going to borrow from the domestic market at all. Zero financing from the domestic market. Sadly, today he has informed us that he has gone ahead without parliamentary approval and have borrowed from the T-bill market an amount of 5.5 billion Ghana cedis. And as if that is not enough, he's going to borrow another 41.3 billion before the year ends. So, colleagues, no wonder inflation is still going up and rising. No wonder that the central bank is busily increasing monetary policy rate. No wonder that lending rate is still going up. I wouldn't be surprised that at the end of the year, inflation will not make any headway. This is a gargantuan missed opportunity. Ghana had the opportunity to reduce lending rate downwards under 15%. Unfortunately, due to the activities of government, particularly the over-borrowings and over-expenditure from government, Ghana's lending rate and market rates are still going up. T-bill rate not long ago was about 14%. Today we are doing about 23, 24, 25. We may end up in the 30s before the year ends. The third one has to do with the fact that he's saying that the cedi has stabilized. Our brothers and sisters from the media, the Ghana cedi has stabilized relatively because we have defaulted in the payment of our external debt. If you were to look into the budget, by this time we should have serviced our debt, external debt, approximately 11 billion Ghana cedis. Because we have defaulted in servicing our debt owed to Eurobond lenders, China, Saudi Arabia, India, UK, Japan, France, Czech Republic, and many more countries. I don't know of Togo, but it could be that we owe them. But because we owe all these countries and because we have failed to service this debt, we have made some savings that is supporting our balance of payment. It is not because he has turned the corner. By the end of the year, as early as January 2024, we will start servicing this debt. And if we are to start servicing this debt, don't be surprised that our currency, the cedi, will start depreciating once again. So it is not true that they have turned the corner. They have rather deepened our woes. This is just the foundation. My colleague and the ranking member, Honorable Adongo, will speak and then make some comment as the ranking member of the Finance Committee of Ghana's Parliament. And tomorrow, we urge the people of Ghana and all of you to pay attention to what we will say, starting the debate on the media review. I think we've missed a golden opportunity to turn around our economy. We are rather messed you up as the people of Ghana. And this has been superintended by Mr. Strategist, the Vice President. Thank you very much.
Right, so you're seeing Honorable Isaac Adungu also take the mic. I don't know if we have time to just pick him for a minute or two. You saw Kisel Atoforsen, who is a minority leader, speak to us about what the minority thinks. He is now the leader, so whatever he says is on behalf of the minority. You saw Kofi Amabua also in the shot there. Kofi Adams was also in the shot, and a host of the people who speak to power issues, to economic issues, to energy issues within the NDC, of course, headed by the leader, Kisel Atoforsen. We'll come back to the studio and get to you, Doc. You're on the floor.
Yes. So, honestly, if you say these things, it will be as though you are a scaremonger.
Yes.
That you are creating fear and panic. But really, it is quite scary. Around this time, we got to rather build our reserve position quite highly so that the debts that we've defaulted on will be able to pay them when they fall due. A reserve position that will just make up for less than a month of import cover for a country that is serious. You are having inflation around 42%, 42.5%, and you are planning to do 18 plus or minus end of year. How are you going to do that? And so these are really, really scary issues.
Right.
We've seen the hands of the fund in a mid-year review, a lot of it, but the key ones that will probably shake the foundation of government has not been dealt with, has not been tackled, and that is a little bit worrying. Right. But if you would permit me a little bit.
Just in about 30 seconds.
Very well.
Unfortunately, our time is up. Producer is cutting the line.
I agree. I want to talk specifically with regards to the energy sector. The minister, the finance minister, said that, we managed to keep the lights on. He made similar statements, at the reading of the budget last year, November. He's made the same statement again. My question, though, is which is more of a tedious or a daunting task to undertake? Improving the grid or just going to make sure that the lights are on?
Right. This is a question we will leave for another day for it to be answered. But Mr. Sabote, your final words in about 20 seconds so that we wrap up.
Yeah, I would say that we have more days to really interrogate the mid-year budget review. But looking at what I have in front of me, it still means that we have a long way to go as a country. And the earlier we sit up, the better. The budget more or less is in line with the IMF program, and that one is so clear. That is why today we are being told that the GDP growth is no longer going to be 2.8 but 1.5 and that kind of thing. So we look forward to having more time to really interrogate the figures.
Right.
Right, so thank you very much, gentlemen, for being with us this very afternoon. And if you've watched us from the morning around 10 a.m., I've been together with Ken and we've been bringing you the details of the Media Budget Review 2023. The key take out for me is that this is an IMF-induced budget. You see a lot of fiscal discipline activities and actions there. We'll take it from 4 p.m. All the biases Adungo was talking, Honorable Adungo, let me be specific on that. The ones that will come from the majority in Parliament as well. We'll continue the discussion also on the bottom line.
Right. Thank you very much for being a part of the show. Our guests today were Dr. Dene Adams Asafute, who is an adjunct lecturer at the University for Professional Studies, Accra, and Daniel Asabute, who is also a lecturer at Accra Technical University. The conversation continues during other bulletins of the day. My name is Kenneth Jesse. Thanks for watching. Bye-bye.
Betway is your gateway to a theme park full of gaming excitement.